tell you my opinion. Let me give you some advice. It ain't true in every situation, but it's wisdom from the wise. You know patience is a virtue. Yeah, you've heard it all your life. Is it time to just give it a try? It's 3 words in just 1 line. Take your time, get that ring off your finger, girl, 'cause I don't think you're ready quite yet. I'd be willing to bet, for heaven's sake, you just graduated high school, and now it's time to live a little and find yourself. I'm not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. Let me tell you what I'm thinking. It shouldn't come as a surprise. I hope your 18-year-old self can resist when he looks into your eyes. He wants you to be forever. Of course he does, he's 25. Take some time to think of this advice. It's 3 words in just 1 line. Take your time, get that ring off your finger, girl, 'cause I don't think you're ready quite yet. I'd be willing to bet, for heaven's sake, you just graduated high school, and here's the time to live a little now and find yourself. I'm not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. I'm not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. Right. Every time I open up my mouth, I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. You're not ready yet, you're not ready yet. You're not ready yet, you're not ready. You're not ready yet, you're not ready yet. You're not ready, you're not ready. Let me tell you my opinion. Let me give you some advice. It ain't true in every situation, but it's wisdom from the wise. You know patience is a virtue. Yeah, you've heard it all your life. Is it time to just give it a try? It's 3 words in just 1 line. Take your time, get that ring off your finger, girl, 'cause I don't think you're ready quite yet. I'd be willing to bet, for heaven's sake, you just graduated high school, and now it's time to live a little and find yourself. I'm not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. Let me tell you what I'm thinking. It shouldn't come as a surprise. I hope your 18-year-old self can resist when he looks into your eyes. He wants you to be forever. Of course he does, he's 25. Take some time to think of this advice. It's 3 words in just 1 line. Take your time, get that ring off your finger, girl, 'cause I don't think you're ready quite yet. I'd be willing to bet, for heaven's sake, you just graduated high school, and here's the time to live a little now, find yourself. I'm not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. I'm not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. Not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. You're not ready yet, you're not ready yet. You're not ready yet, you're not ready. You're not ready yet, you're not ready yet. You're not ready, you're not ready. Let me tell you my opinion. Let me give you some advice. It ain't true in every situation.
What is up, my friends? My friends. I don't know what's going on in the background, but it looks pretty awesome. Hey everybody. What's up? Oh yeah, check it out. I got my Ben Swallow shirt on. I actually designed and made this. I don't know if I told you that. Yeah, so Ernest is here, guys. That's him. Final Fantasy Files. Welcome, Ernest, to the stream. Javier, shh, I run both Plex and Jellyfish server at home. Ernest has all the stuff, man. I'm sure he'll find ways to play Star Fox if he doesn't have a Switch 2. But, speaking of, don't let Jolie know. She's not watching yet, right? Oh, no! She's here! You weren't supposed to see! Jolie! Just so everyone can see, we've got Star Fox. Here's my Switch 2, and look! Pre-ordered. Boom. Look at that price. $49.99 Nintendo. I love this variable pricing that you got going on here. The reason I bring it up, yes, Jolie is threatening my divorce because I've got Star Fox in the logo. Sorry guys. I'm so sorry. Let me fix that. Let's see here. Which ones would you prefer? That guy, Jolie? You want this guy here? He's pretty good, right? Oh, never mind. Let's Cloud, Aerith. Hang on. What chapter are we on? Chapter 5. There you go. I fixed it. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Divorce. Don't threaten me with divorce, Jolie. Yeah, Ernest, right? Nintendo's doing some crazy things. I mean, it's a remake. Okay, sorry. Let me tell you why I have Star Fox as a background. I grew up playing the Nintendo 64. You guys know this. I talk about how when the Final Fantasy 7 Remake was announced, I wondered what it would be like to be those people that were nostalgic for the original when they announced the remake, right? And then there was those rumors about a Star Fox game getting announced and Ocarina of Time remake this year. So what do we get? We get a Star Fox game that is a remake of the Nintendo 64 game with new stuff, and the Star Fox characters and Star Fox team look strange and awkward, and yeah, I love it. It's so weird. I'm so excited. I pre-ordered it. I was like, Jolie, can we have this for Father's Day? And she's like, yeah. So what's up? What's up, Co-Climber? Hey, Dustin. We got Ernest here. We got Dustin here. Roosevelt's here. She only wants successful franchises in her house like Final Fantasy. Hey, guys, let's be nice to the Star Fox team, all right? Yeah, Star Fox is famously not very successful, and it's been stagnant for so long. Like, Star Fox on the SNES had, like, the Super FX chip, and it was polygonal graphics for, like, the first time, and it blew people's mind. But then Star Fox 64 was like just a better version of that. And then they did some other spin-offs and like Star Fox Assault. And then they like kind of redid that with Star Fox Zero on the Wii U. And that was kind of a failure. And now they're doing it again, which is so funny because it's just like the same game over and over again. But of course I bought it because I love Nintendo. So anyway, I wanted to show you guys that I pre-ordered it and I'm super excited about it. But that's that's Star Fox stuff. We got to get talking about Final Fantasy. And we have a special guest here today, you guys. I don't know if you saw the post, but on Twitter I posted that we have Ernest here today. So I'm going to hop on a call with Ernest here. And he's going to talk to us a little bit about his time in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He was there for the Midwest Gaming Classic. He can tell you more about it, but I think it's like a convention. I don't know if it's a retro gaming convention or if it like I'm assuming it is, but he can talk more about that. So I've got him on a call, and we're gonna try and see if this works. If we can get him and he's going to kind of tell us about what he did there. I think he was on a panel as well, so he's going to talk to us about that, and then we'll jump into our game club discussions of chapters 5 and 6 of Final Fantasy. So yeah. DK says Milwaukee has great food. Okay. Toolman says there isn't a soul alive who didn't see the special announcement. Everyone saw the special announcement. Dustin says, I remember Star Fox 64 going hard in Independence Day references back in the day. Yeah, that's the one level where you have free flight, where it's not just on rails, right? Where if you went outside the boundary, it would just flip you up and turn around. But you had to like kill the ship before it came over that pyramid style thing and it shot down the Independence thing. And they showed it in the Nintendo Direct today, so I'm super excited to play it. I watched it with my two boys and they were like, can we play that, Dad? And I'm like, I'm going to play that, sons, and you can watch me. Anyway, so Ernest is patiently waiting for me, so I need to stop jabbering. But let me pull Ernest on, and let me switch this over. And so welcome Ernest to the stream, you guys. Be nice to him, and then if you have questions for him, he's on stream. He'll be looking at the chat, but I think he's going to be telling about his experience at the Midwest Gaming Classic, and then I can read chat and too. If he misses something, I can help him out. So anyway, Ernest, let me see if I can get this going. I have to mute myself. Okay. Should be echoing now. Should be echoing. Mm-hmm. This is working out great.
There it is. I think you can see me. There it is. You see me.
Hang on. I'm getting echo. Let me double check.
Yeah, you like
this.
my background, Jolie? This is awesome.
Go for it, Ernest. Go for it.
All right. Hopefully the audio echo is gone at this point.
Oh, it's still there. One sec. I knew this would happen probably. One sec. I knew this would happen probably.
You warned me. You said this is going to be a fun adventure.
Oh, hang on 1 second. Okay, try now. Nope, still going. I can hear it.
I have headphones on. See? All right. Testing, 1, 2. Sure. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Me either on my end, but yeah. Well, how is it now? Is it still having an echo over there? Okay, awesome. Okay, great. So yeah, Spencer said, hey, you want to jump on this stream and talk a little bit about Midwest Gaming Classic and what you did out there. By the way, Spencer, feel free to stop me at any point if it's having weird echoes or anything like that. I can hear Ernest, no echo, and no Spencer. That's awesome. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so yeah, Midwest Gaming Classic. This is an interesting convention. So I know I mentioned it on the podcast before, but just for those who, for that's fine. It's fine. For those who may not have, heard it before, or whatever, I go to several retro gaming conventions throughout the year. And Midwest Gaming Classic, this is the first year I've ever been to it. I was invited, actually, we were invited originally as Final Fantasy Files. However, we couldn't make it as a group. So the organizer was like, well, would you mind, subbing in on a panel there and then kind of emceeing that bonus stage? To which I said, sure, no problem. It's still something that I love to talk about. Oh, there it is. Okay, I saw something pop up on the screen there for a second. So Midwest Gaming Classic is an amazing retro gaming convention. It's in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I had never been to Milwaukee, Wisconsin before. Had never been through Wisconsin before. This was the first time I had ever been there. Whoever said earlier they have good food was absolutely correct. They had excellent food there. The cheese curds were on another level. I tried probably 5 different types of cheese curds, the fried cheese curds there. They were all delicious. There was even one place I found that had jalapeno cheese curds with sriracha ranch dipping sauce. And that was just, on another level. I love spicy food. So for me, that was a good experience there. But anyway, the event was amazing. It was, if any of y'all have been to retro gaming conventions, you know what I'm talking about. They happen all over, they're all over the country. I typically stick to the West Coast, right? So I go to Portland Retro Gaming Expo every fall. It's usually October. I'll be there this year. And then there's a SoCal Expo and a Fire and Ice RGX Expo that both happen here in California. I go to those. Those are actually both in June. I'm also doing the San Jose Toy Show in June, and a new video game music convention coming up in the Portland area in June. So I have 4 events scheduled for June right now. It's going to be kind of crazy. However, Midwest Gaming Classic was amazing, and the panel I ended up giving, and by the way, this is a volunteer-run event, not high production value, so the recording I took was with my phone. I haven't been able to mess with the video yet, but I did take a video of the actual, panel talk, and then I have the slide deck, separate, so I could try to put something together for that later. But chat's covering my face. That's fine. Hey, this is professional, okay? This is professional. I don't want anybody making fun of Spencer. The panel I gave was about why physical media is so important, especially today. And I won't go through the entire panel, obviously, but I'll just give you kind of a high level of what it is. For a long time, I've been a big proponent of retro gaming specifically, but also physical media. And in the last, couple of years, definitely in the last year for sure, but in the last couple of years, I've been trying to increase the message out there to people. Physical media matters. It matters for so many reasons. It's not just the fact that you have it in your hands and there's kind of the tactile experience. It's also the overall financial aspect, the someone explained it to me one time with digital games. Like, imagine if you went to Target or whatever store and you bought a red shirt and you love this red shirt. It was your favorite red shirt. You wore the red shirt. And then one day Target comes in overnight and takes your red shirt out and it's gone. Well, you would probably, if it was a thief that had come in your house, you would call the cops and be like, hey, I was robbed. Someone stole something from me. Or in another case, they might take the red shirt out and put a blue shirt because they think you should have a blue shirt and not a red shirt anymore. None of that can happen in real life, right? With physical items. So that's kind of the whole theme behind the talk. And so I went through a bunch of industry statistics about, what the gaming industry kind of has gone through over the last couple of years and kind of the self-inflicted wounds along the way and ignoring what the customers and the gamers actually want. But it ended on a bright note, right? Which is there are ways out of this, and there are things to look at that are what's the word here? Like uplifting or positive or hopeful, right? And the one I point to is kind of the indie gaming industry, right? The indies are saving us right now. They're doing excellent work. They're showing how things can be done. Amazing things can be done at a fraction of the the amount that the AAAs pay. So at some point I will post it up. I'm probably just going to stick it up on I have an Instagram. Pretty much that's it. So I'll probably stick it up there, or maybe send it over to Jolie. She can put it somewhere or something. But other than that, that was really what I did. And then, like I said, I'll be attending like 4 events in June and another one in October. I don't know which one of those I'll be doing panels at, but if I do, it will be the exact same talk. So why physical media is so important, especially today. And again, it's just kind of a hope that people uh, pay attention, because it's bigger than just I've got it on my shelf. It looks cool. It is, you own it, right? It is yours. You don't have to ask permission what you can do with that game from anytime forward. So anyway, that's what I talked about. So happy to answer any questions about that or any other random stuff that any of the chat wants to ask. Yes, I can hear you great. Yep. Okay. 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 I saw it there, Alyssa. So thank you first of all. Yeah, I'm trying to find the question though. I got to scroll up. Hold on. Oh, oh, I thought I saw her ask a question about traveling or something. Maybe that was someone else.
They can probably hear me now. I don't know where the echo is coming from, but maybe they can hear me. I think chat should hear me fine. But um, okay. So shout out to Alyssa for the $20 super chat, and Jolie for starting off the super chats with the $1. Thank you, Jolie, for paying the $1. And then Ace Torres says, "So Ernest, how are you able to travel to all these events? Do you work permanently from home?" That's Ace Torres asking that question.
Yeah. So sort of, I guess, is the answer to that. I At this point, I'm essentially semi-retired at this point. I still do consulting work, right? So I don't want to make it sound like I don't do anything. I don't work at all, but I do. But I, like Spencer, am the primary, kid. I like to say I work 3 Uber shifts a day.
He's the
I
Mr.
have my
Mom.
morning Uber shift. Yeah, yeah, exactly, right? So like I retired. My wife is the one that's like the primary worker, I guess, if you want to call it that. Like I said, I still do consulting. It's not like I'm worthless or anything, but taking
Ernest
care
is
of kids
very
is a
well.
lot.
He's done very well with money, and he's been smart about it. So he can semi-retire. He's also worked in the industry, unlike me, who's had a few jobs here and there, but not like careers like Ernest. So shout out to Ernest
Yeah,
as well. But
nothing is more important though than the kids, right? So,
right.
um, in that respect, that's basically what I do. 3 Uber shifts a day. I take my son in the morning. My daughter walks with my wife to school, and then I do the pickup. So I pick my son up first out of preschool, bring him home. Then later on, go get my daughter, bring her home. So yeah, I pretty much work from home. Like I said, I do consulting. I don't go on site very often. Most of it is remote. It's all cybersecurity and compliance stuff. Incredibly boring for most people. I don't. This is not an exciting career. I don't like. I know people look at it and they're like, "Oh, I would love to get into that," because they see what's on the movies that hackers are doing. It is nothing like that. It is a bunch of spreadsheets and Word documents. It is incredibly boring, but I love it. It's one of my favorite things to do. So for me, it's great. But
That's
yeah,
awesome.
I wouldn't. Anyway, that's how I travel so much. I get to dictate my own schedule. So basically, I just don't work on those weekends. And by the way, all these things are always on weekends.
Yeah.
So it'll be like I fly out Friday evening, right? And then I'm either flying back Sunday night or at worst Monday morning. And my wife helps out with the handling the kids for that. But that's how I get around.
Awesome. Very cool. Okay, so thank you so much to Alyssa for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much to Alex or Ace Torres. I know their names now because we've been streaming with them enough, but Ace Torres 8787 is Alex, and he's the one who asked the question about do you work permanently from home or how do you travel to all these events? And then Ecto Gamut, which we also call Biggles, he says he gave us $7.77 for audio equipment fund because I couldn't figure out how to get the audio working, but it's working now. So I don't know. I just had to get things working for a little bit, but we got it up and running.
For mixer and do all that hardware, random stuff.
They've always been nice. Alyssa got mad at us for not having a stream deck, and she was like, "You need to get one," and donated, and a lot of people. So anyway, we figured it out. This was our first test run, but it seems to be working now, right? But you guys are saying, okay, am I too quiet? Can you guys hear me better now? Let me know if you can hear me better. I was afraid to raise my volume up too high in case the echo came back. I was scared of the echo. But yes, anyway, thank you so much to Alyssa, to Alex, and to Biggles, but also DK210 gave us a $4.99 super chat. He says, what was your experience meeting the fans, Ernest? That's what he asked you.
You know, it's interesting because at every one of these conventions I go to, I run into at least one more than I did the previous one. Now, that doesn't mean I'm running into hundreds or anything like that, but it's always one more than the last time. So I'm figuring, like, a couple of years from now, it'll be significant. No, but it's great. It's great in general. A funny story that my daughter's kindergarten teacher had to take a maternity leave. Like, she kind of had a split maternity leave, so she was out part of the school year, and they had a substitute teacher in who saw the shirt. One day I was wearing the Final Fantasy File shirt to pick up my daughter. She saw it. She says, "I think I've seen you on YouTube before," and so she's like she's a big Pokemon fan, right? Like that's like her thing.
Oh,
she's a Pokemon fan, but she's like, I'm pretty sure I've seen you on YouTube before. And I was like, you may have. If you're a gamer and you're watching gaming content, it wouldn't surprise me that we came around at some point, even if you're not. But she also is a Final Fantasy fan and all that kind of stuff. And so if she happens to be watching, Miss Piru, thank you for watching.
Cool.
But yeah, it's random where I run into them. I love meeting them, obviously. Because as Spencer and Jolie and I have said multiple times, our community is one of the greatest ones out there. I feel like we just have the best fans, and I know every YouTuber is going to say that, but I also I watch other YouTube channels, and I see kind of you get to a certain size, it kind of gets rough out there, but our fan base and our viewers have been just excellent, and I like that because I feel like we are trying to put positivity back into the industry and back into the universe, and it seems like it's reciprocating back in terms of who watches our stuff, which is great.
Very well said, Ernest. You're making me feel all fuzzy inside, so thank you for the kind words. They also, people in chat said, who was the one that joined the stream because he met Ernest at a con? We had Breadcrumbs and Gaming, who watched our Final Fantasy Tactics playthrough. He met Ernest at the Seattle con, the big one, in in Oregon. What's the big one?
Portland, yeah.
Portland.
PRGE. Yep.
Yeah, that's where he met you, and I remember he watched our Final Fantasy Tactics playthrough, and he was there consistently. His name was Breadcrumbs and Gaming. He was great. So he said, I'm with Ernest right now, and I got a card from him, and I just showed up, which is pretty awesome. So,
like I said, it's random. I think Kai, my buddy Kai. So when we do the West Coast shows. Mm-hmm. I typically have a booth and we're vending, right? So we vend retro physical games, physical merch, physical, stuff, stuff that tangible that you could take home, right? All kinds of things. So that's when I meet more people because I'm kind of stationary. I'm at a booth the entire time and people can find me. Roaming, like Midwest was more of I emceed the stage for half a day, did the panel, but then I was just roaming, and I did run into a few people there, but not like on the West Coast where I'm stuck at the booth the entire time and I'm kind of a captive audience. But yeah, it's great. I love it. It's awesome.
Jolie said, William, the voice of Rude, Ernest, your friend. You met Ernest met you at the Retro Gaming Con, and was that at Portland as well?
You know what? No, that was actually Fire and Ice RGX up in Roseville, California, Sacramento area.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's another one I go to. There's actually two that happen up in the Sacramento area every year. One of them is called SAC Gamers. The other one's called Fire and Ice RGX. Fire and Ice. So there's a local chain store up in the. I say a chain, like there's like 3 or 4 of them now. A friend of mine, Ryan, owns those. Another friend of mine, Ryan, owns Castlemania Games up in the Seattle area if you happen to be up there. But anyway, Ryan that has the Fire and Ice stores right?
Yeah.
The actual physical stores. He has his own convention up in that area. That's actually where I ran into William the first time.
Yeah. Okay.
Then we
Okay.
brought him out to Mag West, and then he was actually at PRGE last year, I think, too, if I'm not
That's right.
mistaken.
That's
Yeah.
right. So you met him at the Fire and Ice, and then you went to Mag West, and then you again met up with him at PRG. So, Ernest, you go to so many different cons, which is super cool. Jolie and I are like, maybe we'll go to one in Utah, because like Jolie.
I'm telling you that not the big one, the Fan X, I get that, but
You're
the
talking about
little
the one that's the retro gaming one.
the
Yeah,
little
Utah
retro gaming store that's there
Yeah.
in Layton that has their own little thing.
Hey,
I
I was
want to go to
born.
that thing so bad.
That's where my family's from. I grew up there, so yeah, I should go
Yeah,
check
I
it
want to
out.
go to that one so bad. I think I missed it this year. I think the timing didn't work out or whatever, but that's the one I really want to go to because that like those are the ones where don't get me wrong, like FanX is great. The one that happens down here in San Diego, that big one, what is it, Comic Con? That one's great too.
Yeah.
San Diego Comic Con or whatever. Those are all awesome. I have nothing against them, but I actually prefer the little local ones. Just
Yeah,
they're
you vibe with like the kind of the local ones where people are just bringing their stories of the golden days of physical games and playing the NES and arcade
absolutely.
cabinets, and they
Yeah, and
usually
what's
have a big
incredible.
setup. I've never been to any, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The bigger ones have big setups, and then the local
Hmm.
ones will have some setups. But the thing I really like is like, you know, I see the demographics right for our viewership, and I appreciate that they're generally in our vicinity in terms of
Yeah, they
our
all know
vintage.
that we're all old. We're all a bunch of
It,
Final Fantasy. We call ourselves
which
the
is
unks.
okay. Yeah, but the thing I love about it when I go to these retro gaming conventions, there's these two guys that always I hang out with them by way of a mutual friend, and their names are Dan and Dan Kitchen and his brother. I think it's Greg. If I could be wrong, please. If I messed it up, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
They're old school Atari 2600 devs, right? So
Oh yeah,
think
yeah,
about that.
cool. Yeah.
So they are their vintage is a little bit more than ours, and but you get to hang out with those type of people and hear the stories about how they used to have to write games in assembler for those systems, right? They didn't have all these modern, they didn't have interpreted languages, let alone
How much
Unity.
how much memory did they have to make their
I
games
mean, it
on?
was in K. It was in K. It was in kilobytes, right? So, like,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's insane.
it's impressive. It's impressive what they did, and so like they gave a panel too.
Hmm.
I actually emceed or introduced their panel, and it was amazing, right, to hear about how they uh, they had to make a game for the NES one time, and the Nintendo was kind of back and forth. They didn't really want them doing it, but
Yeah.
they wanted a US company involved or whatever, so they finally acquiesced and said, "Okay, you guys can develop this game for the system." However, the tool set, the actual like tool chain to code and develop for the system is all in Japanese, and the instructions for it are all in Japanese.
Okay.
And
Wow.
so rather than trying to figure out how to use that Japanese tool set they just wrote their own tools to do all of the same exact
Hey,
work.
that's like what you had to do right?
And
That's
then
incredible.
their tools ended up being better than Nintendo's. And
Okay. Yeah.
so Nintendo allowed them to license the tool sets in the US for other developers. It was this crazy story, and I was like,
Yeah.
this is impressive to watch. Yeah.
That's super cool. Javier in chat says Ernesto. Javier is from Mexico. So he says, Ernesto, tell us why you love Final Fantasy VI.
Oh man, that it's Kefka, right? And this is one where the Japanese are very good at this, and there are certain like American writers and directors who are becoming good at this. But it's in Western media, we typically have villains that are just bad. We just hate them, right? We're never supposed to sympathize with them or empathize with them. They're like what Jolie was talking about the other day. They are on the nose incarnations of evil or bad, right? Whereas the Japanese are very good at being nuanced about that, about causing you to have some kind of attachment to the villain, maybe even feeling sorry for them, right? And that's what I think drew me in about Kefka was that he was the ultimate villain, right? The way I look at it, he was what Heath Ledger was trying to be in his version of the Joker, but it was because he was tortured, right, physically and mentally, and that's what drove him to that point and broke him. It wasn't just because he was born evil. And so the arc of the whole, he was a normal, decent guy. He was tortured and experimented on. It broke him mentally, and then he turned into what he turned into. It kind of illustrated the point that like what you're looking at any given point in time, there's an entire backstory of how that character got there, and sometimes that backstory is tragic and sad, and it's not just evil, and that's really what six was for me, or is for me, I guess.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, cool. Another question here from Dustin, Co-Climber25 says, is Final Fantasy VI your favorite retro game, Ernest? He says, maybe common knowledge here. Dustin is new to the community, so he's saying, I'm new here and I would love to know because he's getting to know you because he hasn't seen a lot of your takes on Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah, I would have to say 6 is my favorite. 4 is kind of, I would say second, in there, and 10 and 7 are kind of, even for me. But yeah, 6 would, and that would include all retro games. Now, I love a lot of retro games. It's not just the Final Fantasy franchise, but specifically, in the franchise that is my favorite, 6 is my favorite. So that would, by proxy, that would mean it's, my favorite retro game. Yeah.
But like, okay, if outside of the franchise, what's your favorite retro game? I mean, there's probably a lot. You don't have to pick your favorite, but do you have one on top of your head?
Yes, absolutely. Street Fighter 2 Turbo Edition.
Oh, cool, man.
By far, like that's one to this day. Every time I go to a retro gaming convention, I go looking for the cabinet, and I'll be there for a couple hours.
So tell me, because I don't understand you probably know a lot more than I do when it comes to Street Fighter. I know that there was like Street Fighter 2, right? And then there was like Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and then there was like Street Fighter 2 Turbo Alpha or whatever. They had all these different iterations or whatever. I mean, I think the one that you're talking about was the most beloved. Was it Street Fighter 2 Turbo? I remember playing that one on the Super Nintendo, I think, but I know that there was the cabinet and the other stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
so the issue was that if you played Street Fighter 1 original, just like if you played Mortal Kombat 1 original, they were pushing the limitations of that arcade hardware.
Yeah.
Right. So they were very slow, and they were kind of annoying to play. And Street Fighter 2 kind of sped it up a little bit, and it was like, okay, this is better. But with Turbo, they finally got the speed right, where you weren't playing like the way I like to describe it is like Street Fighter 2 non-turbo and Street Fighter 1 and Mortal Kombat 1 were kind of like playing a turn-based fighting game almost. They were slow in the way you were doing it. But Turbo it took it to after that I was like, this is to the point that even after that, I don't even know what Street Fighter is at now. I've played at least a little bit of everyone after that, except for maybe the last since COVID. And I still go back to Street Fighter 2 Turbo. As far as I'm concerned, that was kind of the peak. That was a peak of that franchise. Okay. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, did you hear about Tifa's going to be in the latest Street Fighter? They got Tifa and as a DLC character coming up here soon.
Wow, I didn't hear about that. That's awesome. I can't wait to see what her fighting moves are going to be, because that's one of the things, right? Like you bring in a new character, they're going to have a special set of moves, so that's going to be pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes, but I know the community's excited about that. Okay, we've got another question for you, Ernest. This is from M Banner D1B. He says, Ernest, favorite level / location in any Final Fantasy? Favorite level, favorite location, yeah.
That's a good one. Figaro Castle in 6 for sure. Anytime a castle can just disappear in a desert like that, or more, like clearly that castle was freaking awesome. That's one of my favorite locations in 6. In 4, the whale. The fact that you got to take a whale to the moon, that was the game is awesome overall, right? But that was the point I think where I was hooked when we get to that point, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm taking a whale to the moon. Hell yeah, this is exactly what I want. And so that was great. But in 7, it's interesting because in OG 7, I would have to say, trying probably Cosmo Canyon, maybe.
Gotcha.
But in but in 7 Remake, y'all already know this. Anyone who's watched the thing, the Shinra building.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
don't
right.
know. I have to just give mad props to the 3D artists and animators that worked on that Shinra building because they nailed it. It's an amazing. Just the artwork is on another level in that building.
Yeah, it's fun, man. We're not there yet. That's later on in the playthrough, but we're still working our way through the slums and bombing reactors. Tonight we're talking about the navigating the underbelly, like the train tunnels, and turning on the big giant lamps that light up the slums
Oh
from
yeah,
from the top plate because it blocks the sun. So anyway, okay, cool. Let's see if there's any more questions here. It says, what is your favorite retro console? This is from Javier again.
that's I I actually got asked that while I was at MGC as part of my panel. Absolutely, the Super Nintendo, hands down.
Yeah. Okay, that's like
I don't. Yeah, I don't know why. Well, so the Genesis is excellent. Also, I just didn't have a Genesis as a kid, right?
Right.
A friend had one, and I had a Super Nintendo, and we kind of would just go over to each other's houses and play the games. So I don't have the nostalgia attachment to the Genesis, but it was an absolute banger of a system. So if you had one of those, I could see where that might be yours. But for me, the Super Nintendo was just it. And I think it was because they kind of perfected that sprite technology, the sprite artwork, and it was just beautiful.
Yeah.
And then we went to the 64, and for me, Superman 64 encapsulates the entirety of that console, right? And so I was just not having it. And then obviously the GameCube was much better, and I think the Wii was kind of the hey, we made it, right? Like it was, we survived the downturn kind of thing.
Hey, I got Star Fox 64 here, and there's Star Fox, the new game announcement just now. No, I won't accept this slander of the Nintendo 64 from you, Ernest. I'm just kidding.
I know. No, most people won't. Most people are like, "What are you talking about?" Those like Super Mario 64, and I get it. There were some good, but for whatever
Yeah.
reason, even PS1, and I realize that sounds funny saying that, but even PS1 didn't really sit well with me. It wasn't until PS2 because that era right there in the middle, I know it's because they were figuring things out. I give them that,
Yeah.
right? Like it was entirely
Yeah.
new technology. They had never touched it before, but that's what it was. It was an experimental time, right? And so, like, yes, if you were the right age group where you were coming in during that experimental time, you have absolutely attached to that. And that's awesome. And I love it. But for me, it was like SNES was the peak of the cartridge era. And then I think PS2 was kind of an OG Xbox
Mhm.
where, you know, where we finally locked it in as far as
Yeah.
that next generation.
Yeah.
But obviously, I want to say PS3 and 360 were the peak of where we are now. I think we've actually gone downhill since those two consoles.
Yeah, Javier says SNES was the peak at the pixel era, rock on, and then Toolman. I don't know if he's being serious, but this is really funny. He says Superman 64 was my first video game. I don't know if that's a joke or whatever, but that's hilarious if that's your first one.
And impressive, right? Because he put up with that, and he's still
Hmm.
playing games today. So like
Yeah,
that's
you've
laudable.
made it this far,
Absolutely.
Toolman. Props to you. You didn't give up the second you played. Poor Jolie says she's editing right now and her computer crashed, so she's bummed about that. Sorry, Joe. So she's popping back in and out of the chat. Let's see if there's any others. They're just talking about they're getting ready to play as Tifa and Street Fighter. They're also talking about some other things. Joshua Kuhn says Shining Force, Alta Beast, Mortal Kombat, Saga was a beast. Nintendo wasn't as edgy as Sega. Oh, you're saying Sega. That's right. You're Altered Beast, and yeah, it's Shining Force. That's right, Joshua Coons.
Well, even
Uh,
even the ports, even the arcade ports, right? So like Mortal Kombat on Genesis had blood.
yeah, that
Mortal Kombat
famously,
on
right?
SNES.
Famously had
Yeah,
blood.
famously, right? It had the
Uh-huh.
sweat, and I'll never forget when was it Dick Durbin that dragged all three of them in front of the Congress, and
Yeah,
they were
Congress.
and then and I can't remember, was it Howard Schultz? I can't remember who the Nintendo guy was at the time. Was like sitting in the middle, was just like doing this, like it's them, they're the problem. We're Nintendo. We would never let a game like Night Trap on our system.
Right.
Never, right?
Never.
I own the Night Trap on Switch,
Oh, awesome.
specifically because of that
For that
statement that
reason.
he made. 30
Don't
years
go.
ago or
Don't
whatever.
go look at the Switch's eShop. It's just full of unsavory other stuff right now. I'll
Yeah.
just say that much. But it's funny how far it's come because Nintendo did have that pristine, kind of, reputation where it's Sega was like, we're edgy hardcore. Toolman says I'm 100% serious about Superman 64. So shout out, he made it. That's hilarious.
That's amazing.
Toolman.
It's amazing that you're still here. That's what I'm saying. It's like because there was this one game, I don't remember the actual name of it. It was a Spider-Man game for Super NES, and it was one of those where like it was a bad game. It was just a bad game, and back then I was young and I didn't realize that like you could just have objectively bad games that were poorly programmed or whatever the case was.
Right.
And I hated that game. And the thing was, we didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up, right? So if you got a bad game, you dealt with it for several months until a birthday or Christmas came around and you got something else. And so I fought with that game for months and just could not get any progress in it. So it was like my Superman 64 on NES. It was a Spider-Man something or other. Somebody will know the game I'm talking about and they'll be like, hell yeah, I remember that thing. That thing was horrible.
Well, I remember
so the fact that I kept,
I was just gonna say, as a kid, like I remember playing games that were terrible, but I didn't know they were terrible. I just accepted that they were cool because it was a video game, right? I remember I had a few things like you had good games. I remember I had Mario 1, 2, and 3 on the NES, but then I would come across like some Roadrunner, like, Looney Tunes, like, or whatever, the Roadrunner game that was like awful, but I was like, whatever, I think this game is cool just because you could tell that there was a difference, but as a child, like, you just played the games that you had, and then I remember going to the store and just looking at the box art when I would rent a video game and just obsess over that and think like, oh, this game's going to be great. It wasn't until I got older and kind of had more discerning taste where I was like, those games were actually terrible, but I didn't really know it at the time.
We didn't know. We didn't know. And so
Right.
I learned my lesson with that Spider-Man game. And after that, I never bought a game unless I rented it first.
Yeah.
And was sure that, with the exception of Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Because that one, because it was an arcade, right? And that's another thing, like, I don't know if you had this, but when I was young, the local grocery store, which is now out of business, rip Handy Andy, had two arcade cabinets in the front of it by where the baskets were. One was a Mortal Kombat 2, the other one was a Street Fighter 2 Turbo. And so I would go in there and my mom would be shopping and I would just be there playing, while she did all her shopping.
Right.
Mind you, this is the 80s or 90s, whatever. I think it was the 90s by then. Different times, a kid could be by themselves in the front of the grocery store and it wouldn't be a big deal. Nowadays, it's not safe for that anymore. But back then, it was a different time, and I remember that. So when they announced it for Super Nintendo, I was like, "That's a day one buy." I don't think they would screw that up, right? But there were some, rotten eggs on Super. Well, I guess on all consoles, right? Everyone had it.
Yeah, people in chat are saying something about. I don't know if DK says Spider-Man and X-Men Arcade's Revenge. I don't know if that's what the game he's referring to. And then Josh Coon said something about Maximum Carnage. We've all kind of had our own, Superman 64 moments, but some of us grew up we had fine dining and we didn't know it, and some of us grew up with, fast food trash and we just accepted it anyway. And we're all still here. The important thing is that we all made it to Final Fantasy 7 Remake, everybody. We all made it to the, Final Fantasy. We're still gaming, which is good, so awesome stories here. Toolman says Toolman has 3 brothers. And Superman 64 had a weird versus mode. It was a natural connection. So you're saying that you played it with your brothers. That's hilarious. Spider-Man Maximum Carnage is what Joshua was saying. So maybe that's what it was on the
It may have been that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Roosevelt said, I remember having games that I could beat and then finding out years later that everyone had the same problem couldn't beat. And then finding out years later that everyone had those same problems, right, with those games. So very true. I don't know if you ever did that, but it's like when Jolie talked about getting stuck in Final Fantasy IV. She's like, I never beat that game because I got stuck in a wall or some save thing didn't work. I just, I had pretty decent games growing up, but there were those random ones that got thrown in there, and I just thought they were fun and novel. But I grew up on the NES. I was an NES kid, and then I never had a Super Nintendo, so I went from NES to 64, and then GameCube, Wii U from then on. I think the only one I didn't have was a Super Nintendo, which is sad because some people still consider that, like you, Ernest, the pinnacle of Nintendo's, the pixel art and all that amazing times.
Well, you
with
know, the
RPGs
great
and
thing
stuff.
about retro consoles, especially the ones from that era, they're still around and they still work.
That's
And the
true.
cartridges still work. 30
Yeah.
something years later, they're still working with no problem. You might have to clean it a little bit, but they're still out there.
Do you recommend blowing in it and doing like a seance dance before you try to get it to work?
I mean, it's funny because like that obviously worked, and the reason it worked is because there was dust on the pins, right? And you were blowing the
Right.
dust off the pins, but then you were also putting moisture on metal at the same time. So it's kind of
Right.
like a, you know,
People didn't know how to do it, but everyone blew into their cartridges. It was just the thing to do.
yeah.
I remember I would
Nowadays,
go
I was
ahead.
gonna say nowadays they actually sell the cart cleaners. So it's like a a hard card with a like a plastic I don't know, like steel wool, but it's plastic, and you put a fluid on it that's basically isopropyl alcohol, so it won't
Uh,
rust it, and you use
right.
that to clean both sides of it and pop it in, and you're good to go.
Yeah. I remember when I had the NES game, I would play The Legend of Zelda and it wouldn't work all the way. I'd do all the little tricks and stuff, and I would like push it down in the little slot and then lift it back up and push it down. And then I would push the power button on and it would give the weird, I was on, the CRT TV, and I think it was through the coax cable, and I was on channel 3 that I had to be on or something, and then it would boot up or whatever. But then it would be kind of staticky, and I would literally, as it was turned on, I would shift the cartridge just a little bit and kind of move it back
Hmm.
and forth until like the video game turned clear on the TV, and I was like, "No one touch it! No one touch it! It's working fine. Everyone leave it alone." And then I could play my Zelda game until my brother came and played Mario or something, and I'm like, "You have no idea how long it took me to get that to work." So anyway, I don't know. Those are fun times. We remember them fondly, but were they really better than they are now? Probably not. But good stuff. We grew up there for
Hmm.
sure.
Absolutely.
DK says Nintendo discouraged using rubbing alcohol, but it was the right thing to do. You need to clean it with alcohol, Spencer. That's what they're saying. The Legend of what, says Javier? What is it? This is a Final Fantasy stream, Spencer. Yes, I know. We're just talking about our. I've been playing through Final Fantasy 1, okay? Just so you guys know, I've been leveling up in Final Fantasy 1, but I have not crossed the bridge that we left off on stream. I've just been leveling up in the Chaos Shrine and just getting tons of money so I can have all the items, which will be fun if we ever return to it. I'm still playing as Dustin, Sparkle Zone. Who else is it? Franco and there was one other person I can't remember. Anyway, but you guys are all still there. So anyway, Javier says, Ernest, what is your relationship with music? Are you a music nerd like Jolie and Spencer?
Oh wow, I don't know. I don't know how to quantify like Jolie and Spencer.
I'm not that
So
big of a music nerd. Jolie is, so
I,
he's lumping me
I
in with
mean,
Jolie. But
I am a music. I play music, not much these days, but when I was younger, I played the tuba. I played upright double bass, jazz, um, and bass guitar later just for fun. So somewhat of a musician, I would say. Not. I would not consider myself a professional or anything, even semi-professional. Um, However, I listen to a lot of music. I don't listen to a lot of new music, right? So things like Spotify don't appeal to me because I don't do music discovery. Um, I'm pretty much like if it's heavy metal or 80s hair metal, I'm there. Maybe
nice.
some 60s stuff, early 90s. Once it kind of flipped into the grunge scene, I was okay with some of that, and then after that, I kind of just fell off for me. But
Gotcha.
I think for me, it's the 80s hair metal, the glam, where the men had the hairdos that were just like boom, Ronnie James Dio, Bon Jovi, that kind of stuff. That's my era of music.
That's awesome. Zage commented in chat. Zage, you were the other person that we named. That's right. So thanks for reminding me. He says the Final Fantasy 1 stream was so fun. We'll get back to it eventually. But yeah. And then Javier asked you, says, any kick A soundtrack from the retro era that you like, or if so, what's your favorite soundtrack from a video game?
Definitely Final Fantasy X.
Fantasy 10,
And
okay.
because here's what's obviously Final Fantasy has a massive catalog, right? And
Right.
from Nobuo to the new guys,
Soken, yeah, I think he's the guy
Soken,
but
they
yeah.
don't miss, right? Like they just nail it every single time. But if I had to pick like one song, right, and I would say this is the best one, like this is the one that when I hear it, just the first couple of notes immediately, like the emotional response is like Pavlovian, is Xanarkand from that soundtrack.
Okay, cool.
It just so iconic, and they actually played that at the concert that Jolie and I were at. Was it last month?
Yeah,
Up in
just
San Francisco.
right when you guys went to the. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
last month. It was in April.
yeah,
Yeah,
they did
Toolman
that one.
says Xanarkand is incredible, so they're agreeing with you.
Yeah, for sure. That's my. If I had to pick one of all of retro, it's absolutely that one. That one is just every time I hear it, it just like the the emotional weight of that song is it still sticks with me to this day.
Awesome, man. Awesome. DK, I agree with you. He says Mega Man 2, Dr. Wily Stage 1 is the greatest of all time. If you listen to the Mega Man soundtrack, they are not quite as, how would you put them? They're more rock and, than they are the emotional scores from someone like the Final Fantasy composers, but I love the Mega Man soundtrack as well. But cool. Jolie was talking about how someone was saying about in the chat. Let's see. M. Benner said, "God help you if you got that Toy Story game for SNES or Genesis." And then Jolie said she got it for Genesis and she beat it. And then Benner said, "You're a legend, Jolie," because she beat the Toy Story game for that one, which is quite.
I never played that, but I heard about it, and it was like, I just like I never played Superman 60, at least not back in the day. Later on, so one of the things that's great about retro gaming conventions, I'll just put it out there right now. Spencer mentioned it earlier. They have massive free play areas.
Yeah.
So whether it's pinball machines, like physical pinball machines, arcade cabinets, or just every console from like the Fairchild Channel F all the way up through, I guess now would be like PS4 probably. I don't think they would have PS5s and Series
right.
S or X's, but they just have them there, and you literally just walk up and sit down, grab the controller, and go. So if you've never played these games, they're going to be there, and you can play them.
That's awesome. Who's Zage was saying 7 and 10 Final Fantasy have incredible music. Death's Door, a relatively newer game, also has amazing music. Dustin says, I think he's talking about Xanarkand, is that is a fantastic song. Hoping it plays at Distant World Symphony. I'm going in June. So he's from Colorado. I don't know where he's going to go see it, but he's going in June to take a look. And then Alyssa says Spencer needs to play all the Final Fantasy games. They're giving me a hard time because I haven't played Final Fantasy X. You guys, I haven't played anything from Final Fantasy 14 on. So I've played Final Fantasy 14, 15, 16, and then the remake series. And then I need to go back and play all that stuff. I've watched Jolie play a couple things here and there, but nothing like I've experienced for myself. So the chat likes to give me a hard time and say like, you need to go back and experiencing these things, which is fair.
Also a little known gem out there for the people who are Apple, ecosystem. There is I think it's called Fantasian, if I'm not mistaken. I played that. I beat it already. It was a long time ago. It's been years since it came out. It was licensed by Apple, Nobuo, and I forget who else was involved in the project.
I think it was Sakaguchi's game. Sakaguchi is the guy who left Final Fantasy. He was like the father of Final Fantasy, and then he went on to make that game, right? And then he partnered with Apple. I think it's come out on Switch and other things now, but
excellent game. I mean, it's basically Final Fantasy. They just had to name it something else because of the the licensing, but
right.
It is a great game, and the 3D diorama artwork in that thing is just on another level. So if you're into that kind of stuff, that's awesome. And the soundtrack is another one that's excellent on that one.
Very cool. Okay, DK has a question for you. He says, Ernest, who is your favorite Final Fantasy VII voice actor? So that has to be the remakes. Ooh. So which one's your favorite out of the voice actors?
I like all of them, right? But they're all great, like for different reasons. Like, and then when you get to know them as people, not just the voice actors, even more so, right? But it's hard for me. They're all amazing, but if I have to pick one, it's going to be simply because of my hope. He's a great voice actor, right? Obviously, but my hope is that they cast him as Kefka in the 6 remake.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
And that's Austin.
Yeah. Yeah.
If Austin, so by the way, he played Roche in
Yep.
7 Remake, and I think he was even in Rebirth, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's in it.
That's the energy I want to see on Kefka in the 6 Remake, and then I can't wait to hear the remake of Dancing Mad, done on like a real organ, right?
Yeah.
Like an actual air pressure organ, not a synthetic one. That would be. I mean, I don't even know what I would do if I heard that.
That'd be rad, man. That's so very cool. Okay. Let's see here. I wasn't scrolling through chat. I was missing a few things. DK also says I'm halfway through Fantasian. It's on Steam now, so he's playing through it right now, which is
That's awesome.
Very cool.
Good to know.
Javier says Spencer only plays new Final Fantasy games. He only plays with the cool kids, not the old farts. Laugh out loud. That's not true. I will play the Pixel remasters. I have them on the Switch. And then Biggle says, Spencer, you need to go back and play Chocobo Mystery Dungeon. I can't promise that, Biggles. And let's see. Let's see. Who would you like to read you the phone book, Ernest? Javier has some funny questions.
Read me the phone book.
Who would you like to read you the phone book, Ernest? Is that like I don't understand that, but yeah. I don't know. Is that something that people ask?
Yeah.
Who would you like someone to read you the phone book? Maybe he's talking about out of the Final Fantasy 7 voice actors, but
yeah, I was gonna say, like, is it like, I don't know, man. You know, again, they all have great voices. I mean, Brianna killed it, right? John with Barrett killed it. They're all great. But if I had to pick one, it'd probably be William, because William has that that deep serious voice, like, you know, like it's one of those where, like, when he tells you something, you can't tell whether he's like upset at you,
right,
disappointed in you, or just like, you better get your act together type of, because, you know, he is ex-military, right? Which is kind of funny. And yeah, so it would probably be him. I just love that his line. I'm gonna butcher it, but it's like, I'm not a bad person, but sometimes I got to do bad things. Something like that.
We're just about to play that. So on Friday when we play stream, we're in chapter 8 and we're about to meet Rude, and that's when he says that line. So that'll be a great moment for sure.
Professional.
Totally.
Yeah.
I love Rude, and I think William does a great job.
Great job with Reno too. Like, just kill it, right? So.
Yeah. Alex has a good question for you here. He says, Ernest, do you find it difficult to judge the game after meeting the cast? Like, is it hard to separate? Like, after knowing them personally, is it hard to be like, oh, I think they did a good job here, or not so good? You know?
Not at all. Not at all. Because, you know, again, like, I think they're all great voice actors, and like anything else, right? You whenever you do something for a living, you know, you try to bring your best every day. Some days it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Right. We're all human. So like, I'm never gonna fault somebody for, like, you know, for that. And also, you know, I'm not sitting in there trying to nitpick, you know, their performances, so to speak. Obviously, if it's one of those where it just like takes you out of the moment, you're like, whoa, what happened?
Yeah.
But no, they, you know, I think I actually appreciate the game more knowing them like that, because when I hear them talk, you got to think about it this way, right? Until you've met them personally, or you know who they, even if you never met them, but you've seen them, you know, online or whatever.
Yeah.
It's the character, right? But once you know them on a person-to-person basis, when you hear it, you see the character, but in your mind, you see John, or you see William, or you see Austin, right?
So yeah,
it's like,
it kind of takes you out that way. Maybe you're not judging them for their performance, but you hear William's voice, or you hear John.
Yeah, for sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay. I mean, I didn't go to that panel, so it's funny when you and Jolie are there, I'm watching the kids, and everyone will ask us questions about the voice actors online. I'm like, I don't know. But I don't know them. Jolie and Ernest are friends with them, you know. Yeah, so DK says, I don't even know how to pronounce this. It's have you played Ehrgeiz? EHRGEIZ? And he has
no, I haven't played that one, but
do you know what that is?
Someone asked
I don't know what that is.
No, yeah. I don't even know what that is. I'm wondering if that's like a newer game, because I saw someone a few seconds ago ask a question about, like, if I played any of the newer games that pay homage to the older ones, like Undertale, and the answer is yes. I played Undertale. I didn't beat it, but I enjoyed it. Sea of Stars is like my current
Oh yeah,
obsession as far as that whole thing. Just I mean, I don't even know what to say other than if I couldn't have imagined a more perfect modern reincarnation of the pixel sprite era. Just the work they did is on, I mean, just unbelievable. This is why, it pains me to see what's happening in the video game industry right now with these like titans, right? The AAA publishers, watching them just, shoot themselves in the foot over and over and over. And it's like you have these indie groups that are just doing amazing work with a tiny, group. And I'm like, come on, like, figure it out.
Right. No, I think I've heard great things about Sea of Stars, so that's awesome, and that probably it pays homage back to that retro like era of the SNES pixel stuff that you love.
SNES and the Genesis, right. Absolutely. Yeah. It is that era that it was specifically catered to the people who love that era, and they did an amazing job.
That's awesome. Ernest Toolman says, Ernest, do you think they should put whispers in Final Fantasy VI Remake?
At this point, sure, why not? I don't know where they'd put them. Technically the Espers, I don't know, like there could be a crossover there. It's hard to say. I think I understand what they're trying to do with them in this re-trilogy thing. But then again, yeah, I think that, and then, down the road, I'm like, okay, that's not at all what they were trying to do with this thing. They were trying to do something completely different, and I completely missed the boat. Okay, that happens. But I could see them using that for like but yeah, I don't know, man. The whispers, I'm still, I think it was you, Spencer, that said something like, I think the point of the whispers is just to like remind us where we are in the game and what we're actually supposed to be doing.
They're the arbiters of fate, like man. They gotta get you back on track. Except for they're not the arbiters of fate in Rebirth. That's just, what I mean. They have their own rules.
We're just like following these random robe guys around, and I'm like, okay, so we're the creepers then, right? Like, yeah, like we're following random people around, and anywhere else in society that wouldn't be considered okay. But in this game, it's like, okay, well, they come around, yeah.
Well, those are the robe guys. I think when they're the whispers, like, they're talking about the plot ghosts that are going on, right? Yeah, but like the two different things.
Yeah, you're right. They're two different things. But I kind of put them together because it's like, well, inevitably, I feel like the robe guy ends up a whisper.
Sure.
Could be wrong.
I don't know. Like people talk about like the whole Sephiroth having control of them now, and that there's the white ones, the whole chapter 9 with Tifa in the live stream, and then there's the white whisperers, and then there's the black ones with the purple orbs in their faces, and those are controlled by Sephiroth, and the white ones are controlled by the planet and all that stuff. So, I think Toolman's being a little bit cheeky here, but just saying, do you think you should put them in the Final Fantasy VI Remake? Do that to your beloved game. Some people, get mad because they were thrown into the Final Fantasy VII Remake, but don't do that to my Final Fantasy VI. Keep it pure. I don't know if that's true, but then Jolie was talking a little bit. She said something about, I don't know, she's fault them about the phone book is the best voice, Spence. Okay, I don't know. It must be something. Then Dustin says Jolie spared no child in that game. Okay, there aren't children. Jolie's biggest gripe on the adult actors voicing children that she hates, right? Which is very funny.
It's funny that she says that, because when I was at MGC, the Midwest Gaming Classic, they interviewed or they didn't interview. There was a panel it was a World of Warcraft thing, right? And I know nothing about that game other than it exists. The MMO thing, obviously. Warcraft itself, or what is it? No, Diablo. I played, but like World of Warcraft, never touched it, so I know nothing about it. But I knew it had a passionate following. Didn't realize how passionate that following was until I was introduced to this lady at this event. And one of the funniest things was, not only did she have a main character that was part of a main story arc, and therefore she has like a following or whatever.
Yeah.
She was also talking about how they would ask her to sub in these other random NPCs, and it was usually children characters that they would ask her to voice in the franchise. And I was sitting here and I was like thinking about,
No.
I was thinking about Jolie is like, you know what the cardinal sin is of the voice acting industry? And it's just in the back of my head as she's talking about how they asked her to voice children in that franchise. It's just hilarious.
That is so funny. Yeah, Jolie is like adamant about this, obviously, right? Um, there's an ongoing stream joke, and Jolie just commented. She said she should have demanded $1 million because Jolie said she would voice a child actor if she was paid $1 million to do so. And then Javier and Alyssa are speaking in Spanish to each other. That every time I try to read out their Spanish, I don't know if I should because who knows what it's saying. But Alyssa said Spencer sent. Se pone a trabajar en su español cuando lo li. I don't know what that meant. So I just said some terrible
they're saying
things.
that you start to work on your Spanish when you read it.
Oh, do you speak Spanish, Ernest? You could just talk. You could just talk to them. You could.
Yes,
I
do.
Yeah, I know. I'm teasing. Yeah, they're always talking in Spanish, and here's some more. Javier says, Ernesto. I don't know. You can read it because I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation.
Yeah, I saw him asking if I had played with Kate Sith in Rebirth yet. No, I haven't. I haven't played as him, I should say.
Yeah, he will. That'll be the next chapter. He'll get there.
Honestly, because like again, it's weird. But there was the same thing like in Final Fantasy XI, the MMO, when they, it started off with all the normal jobs that you would think of: white mage, black mage, right? And then at a certain point, they jumped the shark. You had a blue mage, you had a scholar, you had all this random stuff. Well, one of the things they brought in, I don't remember if it was called the Corsair or the job, but there was one that was like it rolled dice or it used like playing cards as its mechanic. So it was kind of one of those like chance things that it would do for all its different abilities. And I loved that character because it was just one of those boom busts. Like it would be one of those things where like you were playing and you would get into a situation where it was coming down to the wire. You didn't know which way it was going to go. You either threw the dice or turned over the cards. And next thing you know, like it was some supreme attack and you got by like the skin of your teeth, or it went the other way. One of the two. And I'm hoping Kate Sith is sort of like that it's like a boom bust type of mechanic.
Well, what's the Return of the Revenge of the Sith line where Palpatine's talking to Anakin and he's like, we are looking forward to your career. I'm looking forward to your career with great interest or whatever. We're looking forward to your playthrough of the Kate Sith section with great interest. I'll just tell you that much, Ernest, because I don't think you'll be able to predict what it's going to be like for sure, but which is
for sure
quite hilarious. But that would be hilarious. Liz says, "Wow, right when I'm near the end of my shift, you shouldn't have, Spencer." I don't know, what did I say? Just because I must have just read out her message, but anyway, so. Any more questions for Ernest? You guys can ask him, and if you want to stick around, Ernest, we're going to hop into the game club discussion. If you want to, stick around. I'm going to change it so you won't be on screen anymore, but you're welcome to stay on the call with me, and so you'll just be like voice and chat. But what we do here is like we will hop into. I have like YouTube pulled up of like a playthrough of chapters 5 and 6, and then we have community call-ins, and we invite them to come in. And
okay, sounds great.
And then we talk about that with that. So anyway, so let me get a link here created, and then while we do that, I'm gonna everyone say bye to Ernest, and thank you, Ernest, for joining us for the stream. That was great, man, for telling us about.
That was fun. I'll do it again, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll have you on more. This is great, and it worked out. I don't know what the echo was for. I just for the record for the streams, I didn't change any settings. I heard it when I switched you over, but. Literally nothing has changed now and it's working fine. So I don't know what happened. It was a phantom. It was a plot ghost going on. But Dustin says it was good to meet you, Ernest. Thank you, Ernest from Toolman, and a bunch of people in chat are saying
absolutely.
Thank you.
Like I said, I'll still be here. I'll be in the voice chat and I'll be in the text chat for a while. I don't know exactly when I'll be getting off, but I'll be here for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can leave whenever, but I will invite people to talk, and I'll actually include them into this current call that we're on, but just you don't have to have video on because they call in and they just use their voice chat. So
perfect.
Alyssa says thanks for taking the time, Ernest. Come back soon, says Alyssa. So very cool.
Absolutely.
And then Toolman says bring Ernest on for a Friday chapter review. Oh, is that like when Jolie and I are streaming through? Very cool. Well, anyway, awesome stuff. Ultimate Pro Streamer mode entered the stream, says Alyssa. Does Ernest ever say, well, to be earnest? Do you ever say that? Well, to be earnest, because your name's
No,
Ernest.
I don't. What's funny is that I not only do I never say that, I have rarely run into a person who's ever said that, because I feel like that's one of those things where, like, at least in the United States, I can't speak for the rest of the world, that word doesn't really get used much these days.
Yeah. I know. When I first met you, I kept spelling your name Ernest instead of like I'd always put an A after the E in your name, and I'd be like, what am I doing?
I feel like it's fallen out of favor, and I don't know if that's like a critique or social commentary on us as a civilization or something, but
Sure.
It hardly ever gets used anymore. So yeah, So no, I don't use it, and again, I rarely ever hear it. It's one of those. Yeah, it's sad. We should use it more.
Oh, that's great. Well, awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna go to a quick break screen, but don't leave. We're just gonna get things set up here, and then I'll get Ernest. You can hang up with the video call once I switch over, and then we'll start inviting you guys in. So remember, we're talking about chapters 5 and 6. That's the when the party is forced together after the Whisperers prevent Jesse from going on the bombing run. And so it's Tifa, Barrett, and Cloud, and they're making their way to the second reactor that they're intending on bombing, and they're working their way through the train station, going through all the different plans that they had that fell through. And you fight the Crab Warden at the end, and Heidegger is watching you the whole time. And then in chapters 6, that's when we're turning off the lamps and all that stuff. So anyway, Javier wants me to do a poll. He says, poll time. Will Spencer crash the stream triggering Discord? Yes or no? Will I crash the stream with Discord?
I think it's hilarious.
Here we go. Yes. Yeah, if you want to vote yes, then you type 1 in the chat, but don't do that right now. Or no. Let's see. If I have to make sure nothing else is there. I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, here comes the poll. Right over Ernest's beautiful face here. So, will I crash the stream? I should leave that up here, but here. Oh no, I'm moving Ernest around, not the... There we go. Yeah, type 1 if you think I will crash it, and then type 2 if you think I... Oh, and DK gave us another super chat. Thank you, DK. He says, good night. I have a 12-hour drive to Miami on Friday. We'll be asleep for sure. DK, thank you so much for tuning in, and it was fun hearing from you. You had some great questions about some retro stuff for Ernest.
And make sure you listen to the Will Smith song, Welcome to Miami.
Welcome to Miami. Very, very cool. So, all right. I'll leave that chat up for a second. I don't know if I switch to the screen, if that will go away. So we'll just hang out here until the poll is done. Yeah, will I crash the stream, says Ernest, by switching over. But yeah, Ernest, thanks so much for coming in. The chat had a good time with you, and so we'll have you back on. Jolie and I are streaming through Remake right now, and I know that's a lot to keep up because we're talking about Rebirth on the deep dives, and then we're doing Remake on the streams, which is a bunch. But I intend to go through and play through some of the
Wait
Pixel
a minute.
remasters.
Somebody in the chat is named Ernest AI.
I know.
That?
That's a joke, dude. They say it's before you got on, they would call you Ernest AI, and they talk like an AI in like for proxy for you, and we always thought that was funny
because that's exactly what an AI would do, right? Or it would say, "I'm not."
They're
an AI.
imitating you. So it's actually Biggles. We think it's Biggles. He has like 6 different accounts. So if you look, Doom Timeline Part 3,
I'm the one over here bagging on Chat GPT every time I get a chance.
Yeah.
And yeah.
You're the new Ernest. You're the new Chadley in the chat. You're Ernest AI. So very cool. See, look, he's saying all his accounts. Spencer's own personal plot ghost. Ernest AI. Doom Timeline. These are all his stuff. Guys, check it out. It's a tie. The results are in. Will Spencer crash the stream? It's a tie. So who knows? We'll just give it a whirl. But okay, I'm going to go switch to the break screen, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about chapters 5 and 6. Be right back, guys.
Let me tell you my opinion. Let me give you some advice. It ain't true in every situation, but it's wisdom from the wise. You know patience is a virtue. Yeah, you've heard it all your life. Is it time to just give it a try? It's 3 words in just 1 line. Take your time, get that ring off your finger, girl, 'cause I don't think you're ready quite yet. I'd be willing to bet, for heaven's sake, you just graduated high school, and now it's time to live a little and find yourself. I'm not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. Let me tell you what I'm thinking. It shouldn't come as a surprise. I hope your 18-year-old self can resist when he looks into your eyes. He wants you to be forever. Of course he does, he's 25. Take some time to think of this advice. It's 3 words in just 1 line. Take your time, get that ring off your finger, girl, 'cause I don't think you're ready quite yet. I'd be willing to bet, for heaven's sake, you just graduated high school, and here's the time to live a little now and find yourself. I'm not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet.
Okay, everybody. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Ernest, you can talk. Go ahead and test it out. See if
I
you
can hear you fine. Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you perfectly.
Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure they can hear you. Let me know in chat if you guys can hear Ernest.
Yeah,
You can hear me fine.
hopefully.
Okay.
I can
Great.
hear you fine, yeah.
Okay, cool. No echo, says Javier. Good to go. Awesome. Okay, cool. I'm gonna just pull in. I think M Benner was the first one in. Is that okay, M Benner? If we pull you in here, we're gonna be talking about chapters 5 and 6. Feel free to ask Ernest a question too if you want to say hi. But Biggle says it'll be 2 versus 1. We're not gonna gang up on you. You can just have a conversation with us. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna bring it you in, M Benner. Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey.
I know that you called in the first call-in show. How's it
Yeah.
going? I know. Wait, remind me. Is it Mike? Is it
Mike? Yeah, it's Mike.
Okay, Mike. Okay, cool. Mike, nice to see you again. You're on with Spencer and Ernest on the Final Fantasy Files, man. How's it going?
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So I don't know if you remember the last time I remember talking to you. You have like a farm. Is it in Ohio? Is that what it was?
Yeah, I earlier this evening I was just down at the barn when I first caught the stream.
Okay,
I just
cool.
got back up from the house
Very, very
and
cool.
was settling
Well, awesome,
for the
man.
stream.
How's the farm? Everything okay? I know that the last time we made you stay up really late, and then you were like, "I gotta go." I don't know if this was actually true. You might have been joking, but you were like, "I gotta go milk the cows in like a few hours," and I felt bad.
Well, no, it's all good. I actually since then I had a cow. She gave birth. She unfortunately she died.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
We've been bottle feeding her calf.
Okay.
That's what I've been doing. It's between me and my parents too. They come over here. They help with that. That's just was. I
So,
was feeding the calf in the barn. I was, I was waiting for her to come over. I get her bottle. I pull up my phone, and I'm like, "Oh, yeah, okay."
now we're here. So you're taking
Stream.
care of the baby calf.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. Okay, man.
So now
Well,
I'm home. Home. She's sleeping. Hopefully down there in the barn. We're
mhm.
good.
Okay. Well, I'm glad things are okay. Sorry to hear about your cow, but I'm glad you're taking care of the baby calf. Um, So, as far as chapters 5 and 6, these are some of the ones that Jolie and I were not so thrilled on. How do you feel overall if you had to have like your highs and lows of these moments here? What do you like most about these chapters?
I think they're actually the like epitome of what I feel about these games. Highs
Wait.
and lows. You
Okay.
know?
Okay. So tell me what you
You're
mean by
like
that.
like I was so excited for the okay, we're gonna go. We got we got Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett all together. I get to play
Right.
all of them together. That's the best thing about Remake is the battle system.
Uh-huh.
When you have the three characters and you get to switch between them, that's the most fun I had.
Right. Okay.
Right?
I remember you talking about being like the gameplay first. So as far as like the iconic characters, like I mean, what is your default party setup? For me, my default party setup is Aerith, Cloud, and Barrett. But I know most people that I hear online say that it's usually Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett. What would you? I don't know about yours. Would you say it's something similar, or because this is the first time
Well,
that those three get to team up?
for Remake, it's obviously Cloud, Barrett, Tifa.
Totally. Okay.
It's I think Tifa actually plays better in Remake than in Rebirth.
Okay.
I think Tifa's. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know what they did. Tifa's better in Remake than Rebirth, but Tifa is so fun to play in Rebirth.
Yeah.
Not Rebirth,
But
Remake.
yeah.
I'm
Remake. I think it's. I mean, you have more complicated systems, right? But it's. I have some issues with how they portrayed Cloud in Rebirth as well. I love the Punisher stance in Remake more than I like it in and Rebirth. But they definitely expand their kit.
yeah,
Like they can do more things in
and
Rebirth.
the aerial combat. The
Yeah,
aerial combat. That's what they couldn't get it right for either game.
yeah. I got pretty decent with it with Cloud in Rebirth, but I never figured out. Like Tifa, I could never get her up in the air. You had to like do those synergy skills where you could like jump off of Cloud's sword, and then Tifa could be up in the air. And I've seen some amazing, clips of people playing Tifa in Rebirth that do incredible stuff. But that is not how I play the game. I will say that much.
Yeah, exactly. You should be able to do that as just a regular player.
Okay, so you want to be doing those crazy stuff because like I'm of two minds. I like that it's like a skill ceiling.
Figure that out.
Sure,
Right?
but
You should be able to.
yeah. My whole point is kind of like there's like a ceiling. I think it's cool for people to be able to express themselves if they learn the combat and they get really good at it. But it also, you you should feel cool if you know, even if you play. And maybe this is a good question for Ernest. If you're here, Ernest, you play on story mode. Do you feel, you know, like you see these clips online of people doing incredible stuff with the characters, or you just are you along for the ride with the combat and don't feel the need to be like amazing and doing all the combos with the characters?
Yeah, you know, I don't, right? Like, don't get me wrong, they look cool, right? And like clearly a lot of work went into the animations and the whatnot, and but it's not like, yeah, I'm definitely not I don't feel like I need to pull off all those crazy combos and that kind of stuff. Again, because I number one, I'm in story mode. Number two, I'm an old school turn-based player, right? And this combat system is like a hybrid of that, and so I lean more into the turn-based and the combo thing. But I do when I do get to pull those little synergy things off, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it does.
So
feel cool.
I wanted to ask Ernest about that actually. When he's here, it's
Go ahead.
like, when do you like feel your best playing these games as that old school turn-based player? Because I feel that way too a lot of times, and I'm not a great action game player.
So I think that
like when do you think I'm having the most fun I can have in these combat scenarios? Like, how do you feel?
Well, you know, for me, it's one of those where the limit breaks and then the summons, and those are really, because again, I don't get to pull off the synergies that often. It's not that I never do them, but it's rare. Most of what I'm doing is, you know, limit breaks and summons, and and then a little bit of other, you know, one of the things that I miss, although you can do it a little bit in this Rid trilogy, but in the older Final Fantasies was you had an equal amount of like debuff to buff, right? So like you could debuff your enemy while you buffed yourself in your party, and I know you can still do that to a, you know, a little bit in these new ones, but that's the part that I think I miss the most. It's still there a little bit, but it's not like it used to be. So for me, like the best parts are literally when it's like, you know, you're grinding and grinding, you're staggering, you're saving your limit breaks to, you know, unload them in the stagger, and then uh, it just, again, I'm assuming it's story mode, and there's like some kind of algorithm on the back end that says, okay, you know, you're in story mode, you've got this thing down to a hair. All of a sudden, your summon thing lights up, and it's like, all right, let's finish this one out in this like this epic thing, and then I'm like, yes, that was awesome. It kind of gives me that Final Fantasy 16 like kaiju fight type thing, which I love.
Nice. Yeah, I feel that way too a lot of times.
Yeah. No, they do a good job. So that's a good question. I think this is their best combat that they've ever done. We have a chat. Red Barrington says Final Fantasy VII R's gameplay is Square's best attempt so far at action in a JRPG. I'd still prefer turn-based though, because there are those. Sorry, Ernest AI in chat says, "Ah, yes, algorithm." He's being funny.
Yes, exactly.
Which is funny. But so Mike, as far as like you like the combat in these games, but you say you're not like, I mean, as far as you say, like, okay, you're not great at the action combat, but you're learning it, but that's still your favorite part? Or would you say kind of like you're here for the story and the characters, or are you here for the gameplay? Because I know that you talked about kind of making your own games like way back when in the early days, right?
Yeah. I had an injury at one point in my recently, well, not recently, a few years ago. I have a hand injury. I used to play piano with a band. I can't play. My hands don't work so good anymore.
Right.
I love video games. I've always played a ton of video games. When it's not Final Fantasy, it's Resident Evil with me. But anyway,
cool.
I can't, you know, I can't play hardcore.
Yeah.
I can't play hard. Like, that's just me. I love video games though, so I get it. I get not wanting to play. Like you're not a you know. You shouldn't be looked down upon for playing on story mode or
Right.
anything.
Right. No, that's
And
totally true.
that's accessibility. It's when I got Final Fantasy VII Remake, I played on normal mode. I played it all the way through. I played it on hard mode all the way through until I got to the end. But
Mhm.
that was the point where I had an accident.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it's then I get Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I try to play it on normal mode,
Yeah.
and I get to about Costa del Sol, and I can't do it so good anymore. And I had to switch to story mode.
Right.
Does that?
Well,
Yeah, but it just happens. It's
yeah.
my hands can't do the dodges and the
Mm-hmm.
perfect
And like
guards
the
or
perfect
anything
guards.
like that.
Yeah, I don't blame
Yeah,
you. I don't blame you for not being able to. And I think that's like what I mean. It's cool that there is accessibility options in the game, right? Like, I don't think you should feel ashamed playing on story mode. You know, I play on hard mode just because I like the combat and I like kind of trying to figure it out. But you know, we like each like to have a representative. Like Ernest plays on story mode, Jolie plays on normal, Jolie also plays on hard mode as well. But you know, I'm playing through Rebirth right now on hard mode, and we just kind of have a representative for each type of play style. But I like that games have accessibility for exactly the reason that you're saying, Mike. So I'm sorry to hear about the accident, but I'm also grateful that you get to experiencing these games still. Do you feel like you're missing out on some of the experience because you're playing on story mode, or are you happy that it's there?
yes. Oh no, I definitely feel like I'm missing out because
Yeah,
they hide their secret reports or whatever behind the hard mode. Their
yeah,
little tiny lore bits behind the playing on hard mode. That's what they do. That's a standard kind of thing for their culture.
Is there story stuff that's gated behind hard mode? I don't remember. I know what you're saying. Like, I know you can go back and replay it on hard mode, but I didn't know that there were story things that were hidden. But maybe there is. I don't know.
There's like there are hidden things to max out your characters
Oh
in
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Rebirth.
yeah.
Or
Right.
I remember that, but there's also I remember with Remake. There's like little kind of little. It's the same thing with yeah, you wouldn't know, but it's Kingdom Hearts 2.
Uh huh.
You know, like those secret reports.
Gotcha.
You have to play on hard mode on the. You bought the game for whatever other system and play through it, and they hide little lore bits behind super
that's
hard
frustrating.
modes, and it's
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. That's like a bummer because I go back and forth on accessibility in games. I mean, I always think that you should have accessibility, but there's games that, like the whole argument with the From Software games that they're always hard, that they're not going to have an easy mode. And so for those people that, want to enjoy those games, the dumb phrase, you got to get good or whatever. But in
yeah, that get good.
yeah, but in your situation, it's not like you have any control over that, right? It's like, well, I'm, had this accident.
Hey, but at the end of the day, I did beat Elden Ring. I
Dude,
did
shout
manage
out.
to beat Elden Ring.
Props to you, man.
I beat Elden Ring.
Mhm.
But
Very cool, Mike.
anyway, yeah, you're right.
Well, very cool.
You're right.
So, okay, as far as like chapter 5 and 6, right? We're looking on the screen right now if you're watching. We got Heidegger, and he's kind of like watching the party. This is like kind of a little bit of the retcon, right, from the original. I could be wrong, but because like I said, I haven't played the original. But they do this thing where Shinra's always watching the party, like they're in control, and the party's not really in control of everything. How do you feel about kind of the twist of like Shinra being kind of pulling the levers and kind of watching them as they get closer and closer to the reactor?
I do like that better than the original.
Oh, you do? Okay.
In the original, 1997,
Right.
we understood the idea of Big Brother, but they did want to say, "Hey, Big Brother's here. This is a bad
Right.
world. This is not a good world to live in. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, they couldn't have understood, drones flying around above your heads, buzzing around and all that, but they knew.
Right.
They
And
knew.
they pull it off pretty well here. And awesome. I mean, as far as like the gameplay sections, I don't know if you watched the playthroughs with Jolie and I, but we were like kind of complaining about the kind of padding of these sections where it feels like, you're just you run down the train tunnels forever, and then you keep going and you keep going and you keep going, and then you find the different stamp, graffiti, and you go this way, and then it goes,
Yeah.
like, and then you, after you fight the little boss, then the crab ward, and then it goes into chapter 6, and then you're doing more of the kind of dungeon slow pace. Like, I mean, I'm setting the tone like it's a bad thing, you could disagree with me, but how do you feel like?
I was fighting with myself. I'm like, I hate it and I love it. I
Okay,
love
yeah, tell us what you love.
spending time with Tifa, Barrett, and
Yeah.
Cloud.
Mhm.
I love it, but at the same time, it's like I completely understand. They are padding out this little fucking game.
Right,
Sorry
right.
for
Oh, you're okay.
shoving
You're
the
okay. You're all right.
They're padding out this little game.
Uh-huh.
This is our little, we're putting this out there. We're putting this out there to see how well it does, see if we can actually
Right.
truly remake this 7 trilogy. I get it.
We got to make Midgar longer. Yeah, I get it.
And then you
I-
end up with those vacuum cleaners.
Ernest always complains about the vacuum cleaners as the padding in Rebirth, but yeah, that's true.
honestly, I would like to ask you guys. Now that you've played both like remake and rebirth. Can I ask you this?
Sure.
Do you think they could have ended part 1 at any other spot than leaving Midgar?
Well, see, I never played the original, so I don't know. I didn't even know like Junon and the open world and all the places, the Cosmo Canyon stuff we went to. So for me, like, I mean, I feel like that was a clear indicator, like in the game. I know what happens, right, when you leave Midgar. Then the world map kind of opens up, and then it's like, oh, this is a whole new thing. But I think that was a logical, point to end the first game. But as far as like the time it took to get through Midgar, I know that was just still on the first disc, right? It wasn't a ton. So what do you think, Ernest?
It's hard, right? Because it's one of those where without understanding the third piece,
Mm-hmm.
like where the cuts had to be, right? And if they make any sense. So like from remake to rebirth,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was a terrible place, but it probably could have been better. But I'd have to see the third one to figure out, like, yeah, was that really the best place to cut it off or not?
Right.
I also wonder if it was one of those things where, like, we're not really sure if we're committing to the trilogy at this point.
Right. So like because apparently I think the rebirth ends and it's still, we haven't seen anything from disc 2 or 3 of the original game. So we've, so if they're not committing, I mean, some people are saying they're staying totally, they're strict to the original trilogy, or sorry, not the original trilogy, the OG. But as far as like, are you saying that you think that there's going to be another game? Like it's not going to be just a trilogy?
I hope not.
No. I was saying what I meant was like, I'm wondering if there was one of those where like when they were working on the first game, like when they started production on remake,
right,
they hadn't committed internally to a trilogy yet.
Gotcha.
It was
That's
an
true.
idea,
Right.
and that's the plan, but they hadn't like fully committed to it yet.
I think you're right. I think that's true. I don't know if they had locked it down. I just know that there was like the thing about Final Fantasy VII is going to be done in parts. They just said parts, and we didn't know if it was going to be more than the 3, and then it ended up being the case. I mean, I imagine,
I feel like it was gonna be more than 3. Yeah, I feel like it actually was going to be more than 3.
Agree that they probably just made the Midgar section and just wanted to see how well it did.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so many good things about Final Fantasy VII. So many good points, so many high points.
Right.
that everybody wants to see. Every fan has their idea of what they want to like. They want to see that done in a remake. Everybody does, but I think the Final Fantasy VII Remake suffers from being a tech demo.
How so?
Just they were like, if it really sold bad, what do you think they would do next? They would just do a part 2 that was everything condensed. There wouldn't be any open world nonsense with Ubisoft Towers or anything.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying it had the first game, been received poorly and done not great numbers wise, they would just be like, okay, we're finishing it up. So, and Alyssa in chat is saying they talked about 2 to 3 parts, right? They ended up remake. They had no idea how many parts it would be. Okay, so I see what you're saying. Maybe you're saying they were waiting for feedback from gamers before they made the decision.
Yeah, there was a time I don't know if you remember. Do you remember seeing the Final Fantasy VII tech demo on the PS3?
Well, that was like what got the rumors going that like this is happening. And I know that was a thing, but I wasn't tuned into Final Fantasy, so I don't know. Ernest, did you remember seeing that? I don't remember seeing that.
No, I don't remember seeing it either. Okay. And I would, like I said, I wouldn't say I'm the most tuned in because it's funny. A lot of the stuff I find out about this is actually from you when you put it in our chat.
Oh yeah,
chat. Yeah. Because you actually like pay attention to like the news of what's, and I don't. And it's not because like part of it is I don't want spoiler, like I don't want to be spoiled. But the other reason is just like, it's like there's so much out there. I would spend all my time just scrolling infinitely on stuff. So
trust me, we do. I'm just
kidding. When they made that tech demo, they said we're not actually going to remake Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It would take us too long.
Okay.
It would take us too many years and too many parts. And
it would have on the PS3 because that thing much like the Tesla Model X was an exercise in hubris.
The cell processor.
Yeah, well, that whole thing, right? And they learned their lesson, and that's why they came back. They came to x86, and now okay, now the whole industry's coalescing, except for again, Nintendo just does what Nintendo does, right? But
they're on everyone like an ARM chip, right?
Well, and it's funny because I've often said like Nintendo just does whatever they're going to do, and they have underpowered hardware, but it doesn't matter because their games are great. But ironically, the fact that they're on ARM, it's like, dude, they're actually ahead of everybody else. Like, yeah, maybe their console's a little underpowered, but
right, x86 is getting long in the tooth.
But their x86 should have been retired over a decade ago at this point, right? So the fact that Nintendo jumped on ARM, it gives me a lot of hope because their developers are now working with that as their base. And I can tell you this, like, if you look at the newest flagship iPhone and Samsung, the pixels are different because the tensor chips are not the same. But if you look at the flagship Samsung and Apple, those ARM chips already are more performant than the PS5 or the Series X, right? So and they're phone chips. So I feel like Nintendo's got the lead advantage here. If they're able to convert on that and put out a banger of a console, whatever the next thing is after Switch 2, they might leave the other two in the dust.
Well, yeah, there's the rumors of PS6 having a handheld version, right? And that's actually still slated to come out fairly soon, either the end of 2026 they'll announce it, or 2027, which is bizarre. But
Spencer, I know you got to talk to other people tonight. It's okay.
No, you're okay. No, we're just chatting. But okay, before we go, and Benner, how about we say this? Tell us your highs and lows of the chapters. So you said it's a story of highs and lows. You said your highs that you get to play with the iconic party, but what are like the lows of these chapters?
I had so much fun switching between the characters because I think that was my first chance playing the battle system to be to really understand them and get good at them.
Yeah.
and I just blasted my way in. Yeah, I was playing on normal mode to begin with.
Right, but you could cruise through these chapters because you're just having fun kicking butt.
It's so fun filling up the ATB gauges with characters and then immediately flipping to different characters. And then you realize that the enemy AI targets your main character no matter what. So if you keep flipping in between,
Yeah.
you just confuse the enemy AI. It's so fun.
It is fun.
You have such fun with it. So yeah, when I get the crab board's no problem whatsoever.
Right.
No. Chapter 6. What is chapter 6?
Chapter 6 is like when you're turning off the solar lamps. It's that dungeon where you're trying to. It's kind of maze-like where you're going, with
you're on
Barrett
all
and
those
Tifa, and
catwalks.
the catwalks, and you're yeah, exactly. You can see the slums down below.
Yeah, I having fun playing as all the characters for a while, and then like literally everyone else in existence, you get lost. You're like,
yeah, it's a maze.
You're like, wait a minute.
Right.
Did I not go over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you run back and forth. You do your thing.
Yeah.
And it's just like with chapter 1 and 2. You're like having the time of your life, and then you think, wait a minute.
What am I doing?
You're padding this out, aren't you?
Yeah, that's true. Well, awesome. Thank you so much for calling in, Benner. It was fun talking to you again, and good to get an update on your life. Hopefully things are going well with the little baby calf, and it's good to hear from you again, man. So
I'll talk to you guys again. Hopefully sometime soon.
Yeah, we'll do another call-in stream next Wednesday. We're just working our way through Rebirth. So anyway, I'm going to bump you back into the waiting room chat, and then let me know in chat who wants to go next, if anyone volunteers, but we'll get you in.
Good night.
See you later, Mike. Okay, I see Alyssa and Javier. Let me get Alyssa in here. I'm sure Alyssa's been here from the beginning. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to talk to Ernest too. So I'm pulling you in, Alyssa. Is that okay? You're home from work, right? Oh, dude, Alyssa, I didn't even realize that your Discord avatar is that Super Saiyan 2 Gohan?
It is Super Saiyan 2 Gohan.
Oh my gosh, we are that. No wonder we're brother and sister. Shout out to the greatest Dragon Ball Z character ever. Okay, anyway.
Before he fell off, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of behind the scenes for you guys on Discord. Her icon is, or her little, profile picture.
A friend sent it to me, so I've been using it ever since.
Oh, it's great. Okay, well, what's up, Alyssa? How's it going?
It's going good. How about with you?
Good. You're on with Ernest. Is that crazy?
I know, right? Hey, Ernest.
I'm here. I'm alive still. Yeah.
He's not an AI.
How do you like your AI?
It's great. I've upgraded from ChatGPT to Claude.
Oh yeah, dude. Very cool. Anthropic, all the way. This is not sponsored by Anthropic, by the way.
I know, but if you want to sponsor us,
you have the money to do it.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, yeah, Alyssa. If you don't know Ernest, Alyssa is like one of our major, she is like the one that donates the most to the channel. She's very involved. We love Alyssa here. We love having her on. But
I gotta up my T-shirt and statue collection,
Yeah, fun fact, Ernest, your T-shirts that you got, Alyssa is the only person outside of you, me, or Jolie that has a Final Fantasy Files T-shirt. Unless you've you've probably given them away at cons or whatever. But as far as listener and audience coming in.
There's probably a handful more out there, at most, right? Yeah, and I still have I don't even know how many, maybe 150 of those left or so.
There we go. We gotta get rid of them.
We can do a giveaway. I can sponsor some.
No, you don't have to sponsor anything. But Alyssa is so kind and always so generous. So, but yeah, thank you so much for always being awesome. But as far as these chapters, Alyssa, let's hear your thoughts on chapters 5 and 6. I know that you were screaming in chat when Joel and I were playing about how much you loved these chapters. So let me know how you let the fans know how you really feel.
I think I gave chapter 5 probably like a 2 or a 3 because at least it gave us, some background with whispers and stuff like that. And then chapter 6 was a 1.
Yeah, let me give Ernest some context since he doesn't know our rating scale. Ernest, we judge these on a scale from 1 to 7 because we're playing Final Fantasy 7. So 7 being the highest and obviously 1 being the worst. Or I guess if you want to be crazy, you can say 0. But so
I think I did give one of them a 0 at one point.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You must. That's right. But you're saying so you gave chapter 5.
I think it was a 1 just because of the Barrett backlog,
Yeah.
where he's singing in the background and stuff like that. That was probably what gave it the 1. But other than that,
to find some treasure. The way he sings it is so good. We love John Eric Bentley.
John Eric Bentley. Yep, he's great.
He's the best. Okay, so so chapter 5, 2 or 3. Tell me what you think about chapter 5, like your highs and lows, or just kind of the things that as you're playing this. What are your thoughts?
The high was the beginning of chapter 5, where you're rushing out, fighting the Whispers, trying to figure out what the heck's going on. They're attacking Barrett and Jesse. And especially afterwards, when you're just walking around the town, you realize, oh, nobody else saw the Whispers but us.
Right. Yeah.
Because you get the other slum people saying, why were they just shooting at nothing? What's going on? Why are they firing bullets in the middle of the day? Have they gone crazy?
That was cool that you had us go and talk to the townspeople and say that, because I always the first time I played through that, I'd always assumed that everyone saw the Whispers, but it was only the people that Cloud had interacted with because he came in contact with Aerith. Is that what the insinuation is?
That's the theory, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the theory.
But they were like, yeah, that was
weird. He came
in
contact with Aerith, and then he went in contact with each and every one of those guys afterwards. So
because
he talked to them on the train.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, that is pretty awesome. That's your favorite part of chapter 5. What about
that's my favorite part of chapter 5.
What about the part we're watching right now on stream where we've got
I hate this part. This feels so meaningless.
You don't like
this is one of the areas that they could cut. Like I like the dialogue, but they could have done a better job being snappy with it, Like, okay, we're moving along. Oh, I know you brought up Shinra watching them. I do like that addition. But there's other ways to show that they're watching them other than, okay, now we're just going to have them fight more and more grunts as they make their way. Like, at some point, you also have to wonder, why are they only realizing that Shinra's watching them when they're almost to the reactor?
Yeah.
You had all these people fighting against you. You think none of them reported in on you or anything like that?
Right. Well,
if they wanted to, they could have had an army against you.
That's the interesting thing about this, because I want to talk more about that. You said you like the Shinra Big Brother kind of watching you at all times, but everything I hear about it online, I mean, this is anecdotal, but that people,
I like that it's showing it.
Right. But people have a hard time with them being like, oh, Shinra is just like pulling the strings and it's not actually Avalanche that's making the decisions. Like, do you have a problem with that? Someone that's played the OG, like to me, this is the first time I played it, so I didn't know any different, right? But the more I talk to people who have played the OG, they get frustrated by the changes that like Shinra was manipulating this from the beginning. They were allowing them to blow up the reactors so that they could paint Avalanche as like the bad guys. You know what I mean? Like, how do you feel about that?
Every person that I've played the game with and talked to about it, that's played the OG. I mean, like this was a theory that's gone back since then. Oh, maybe Shinra actually knew about it. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I think it actually was insinuated around this chapter when they fought the Airbuster. Because of
right, why would it be
they
there?
They had the president interact with them. Why would he just be there out in the open talking with them if he didn't know what they were up to the whole time?
That makes
They're
sense.
just kind of laying down the breadcrumbs even earlier now. So to me, it made sense. To me, it fit.
Because I don't even know how that plays out. It's giving me too much time to think. It's just giving me too much time to think. Like,
why is it like it's clear that they know that we're here? Can we have some more urgency here? Can we move it a little bit faster? So I'm not thinking, why isn't Shinra just sending the army?
Okay,
they
so
may as well
Yeah, how does that play out in the original? You can spoil it for me because but like that part in the original, like the first bombing reactor, right? We don't really see Shinra's point of view in the original. It's just the Avalanche crew, right? And then you see like the fallout or whatever, and then you move on quickly or whatever. So obviously the Airbuster comes into play, and that's the the ending of what is that? That's the ending of chapter 7, right? We're not quite there yet. But as far as
it's like 2 or 3 painted backgrounds, and you're just going across the painted background until you reach the entrance to the next painted background, and then
gotcha.
You do the little Jolie's favorite game, pulling the handles.
Oh, the lever
you do
game?
that in the original. Yeah, the lever game is in the original.
Okay.
And then you go and fight the Airbuster.
So they obviously have seen you. I mean, they wouldn't send their big mech Airbuster after you if they didn't know you were there. So did you have a moment
They do the same thing as the OG where you have the president come out and talk to you.
Okay. So then this is just giving more context.
I think it was in person in the original. In remake, obviously they went with using the robots to put his image up, so they wouldn't have to actually be physically there.
Gotcha. Okay, so
but I think in the original, he was shown physically there.
Yeah, Sue Fiber in chat is saying they hinted in the OG that Shinra bombed the reactor, so I don't know why people are so upset about the remake. I think they just kind of.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. I think the biggest complaint that I see is in the first bombing mission where they don't show that, I guess, in the original, and it's like the Avalanche, was willing to go through and do that much devastation, whereas like it kind of lessens the impact.
I think part of it is again imagination.
Yeah.
I think part of it again is imagination. Like you had that imagination as a kid versus now, and a lot of people didn't make it past the end of Rebirth's ending in the original.
Gotcha.
And then if you talk to most OG players, most people that bought the game, they do not remember the end of the game. Now I know we're in
the bubble. Yeah, the Final Fantasy bubble.
Yeah, we're in a bubble.
We talk about it a lot.
We're with a lot of FF fans that will have played it multiple times and everything like that. But for the casuals out there I played FF7. It was great. It was my favorite game growing up. How many times did you play it? Did you really do you remember how it ended? Like really? Or did you just, I was devastated at Aerith's death and that's it.
That's a good point.
They don't give you any more information about it.
Because I'm the type of person that would grow up playing games. Going back to our conversation with Ernest, I played a bunch of those NES games, but I didn't beat 90% of the games I had as a kid.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Neither did I.
Right. So that's but
OG was one of the few that I did. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Ernest.
But I was going to say it was rough back then, right? Because those games, at least, especially on the NES, they were hard.
Yeah.
Right. And they got a little bit easier.
They did not hold your hand for sure. Yeah.
No, not at all. And then the SNES got just a hair easier. And then by the time we got to the PS3, it was like this. It was just playing the game for you at that point. But
right.
So yeah, so there were plenty of games that I never. Some of them I'm sure I never even got past like the first level or phase because it was just that the one Spider-Man game that I was talking about earlier. That was one of them where I tried and I think it was just a combination of I was too young, and the game was too difficult, and it was a bad game, and I just couldn't figure it out.
Man brought up Superman 64. I know I didn't make it past chapter 1 of that.
Yeah.
I had it. Game. The flying controls, I couldn't do it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that happened a lot, right? In some games, just like that hard out. Yep. Nope. So that's a good point, saying that you're saying that some people probably didn't even see the entire game through its entirety. So, kind of have that.
And they were also, most of us were kids when it came out.
Yeah.
You're remembering it through those tinted glasses versus, again, I'm somebody who's replayed it multiple times. Other people have replayed it multiple times. So we've picked up those breadcrumbs later on.
Yeah.
And, gone from there. But I would say most of the people that bought and played FF7 in 97, they either stopped at Aerith's death or if they did make it to the end, they don't remember how it actually ended.
Right. Okay. All right. Switching back to chapter 5 here. In this fight here, we have the first time that, well, not the first time. I guess you could technically summon in chapter 4, right? Because Jesse gives you the Ifrit summon materia.
Yeah, against Roche. Yep.
Right. So you can use that. Like, I think you're fighting some sweepers and some other like guardsmen or whatever, and then the summon meter builds up. When Jolie and I were playing through it, we beat them too quickly, and in order for the summon meter to even fill up. But I think when I played, I think the Crab Warden right here is the first time I used the summon materia in this game. How did you feel when you did your first summon? I don't know when you did it the first time, but what was that like for you?
I didn't do Crab Warden. I think it's Baby Chocobo, because that one has multiple elements.
Okay,
because of that, I was like, oh, I'm definitely going to take this one so I can use electricity.
Was Baby
because
Chocobo
I was planning to use it for the Airbuster.
Was Baby Chocobo a thing that you could? I'm just trying to remember. Was that something that was like a pre-order bonus or something? Because I can't remember if you get that for doing a certain thing, or if you.
I know you get some of them as pre-order bonuses. I think Baby Chocobo is one. Yes.
Okay, that's cool. I remember
that. Now
that
you probably just get for free anyway because of the re-release and everything like that.
Yeah, they probably give to you. Okay, very cool.
Yes, told me not everyone's meant to be Superman.
I saw that, and I was going to comment on it, but it made me laugh. Yeah, because not everyone's meant to be Superman. His first game, that is legendary, Tool Man. You've just gone up like another tier in my book. You were already high, but now that I know that Superman 64 was your first game, that's pretty awesome. Okay, so as far as you gave chapter 5, you're just a 2 or 3. You're having a good time. This is the first time.
They could have all been combined into one chapter.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You really didn't need 3 chapters for all this. And I understand the question of where it would end. I mean, I know there was talk. Well, after Remake came out, they had brought up, we were thinking of actually ending it at Aerith's death.
Uh-huh.
We were thinking of ending it in Calm. We were thinking of ending it at different places, but you could have probably still ended it at the end of Midgar. Just make it a cheaper game. Make it a $40 game instead of a $60 game.
Oh, you're saying
you probably would have sold more too.
It's not padding as much content.
Yeah.
So, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's this movement going on. I know that you want to get a lot of bang for your buck when you buy an RPG, especially a JRPG.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Right. And so some people are being like,
that's not how I look at games, but if some people look at it I'm paying per hour for the dollar amount that I'm spending, and if I don't get at least 60 or 70 hours for my money, then it's not worth it. I don't think that's the right way to think of playing games, but that's me. Everybody has their own opinion.
Yeah, as a kid, I was like that because I didn't get that many games, right? And it wasn't my money that I was spending. So for me, it was my parents are going to give me one game a year. Hopefully that game is 100 hours long, because then I can just play it forever, right? But then as you get older, you have more discerning taste. You're like, maybe I want to spend $60 instead of going to the movies and buying popcorn and then spending $35 on the movie, where I can spend and have a good time a weekend, or maybe 2 or 3, maybe a month long of enjoyment playing a 20-hour game rather than playing a 200-hour game that takes forever.
I mean, I'm somebody that thinks that we go through different phases of our gaming lives, just like we go through different phases of life anyway, where it's I'm going to get whatever system my parents got me because it's whatever they could afford. I can't afford it. I'm a kid.
Right.
And then I get my first job, so I'm going to pay for the system that I want, and I'm going to get the one that my friends have so I could play with them, and so on and so forth. But also, I mean, if we look back at a lot of our favorite games, we're not really thinking of how long the game actually took to play from beginning to end. We're just lost in the experience of it. So that's part of the reason I don't really put a lot of importance on the number of hours. I mean, I got into JRPGs because, like you said, hey, it's going to be at least 40 hours of gameplay for the amount of money that I'm going to get for one game.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's also I realized, I could buy a game used and split the money with my friends. So let's just do that instead. Here's my garbage, my chore money.
Right.
Let's go do that.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, right? Like I pre-ordered Star Fox, and I was just like, it was a good price. It was $49.99, but like still, as an adult, you're just like, I'm getting this now. Before it would be like, well, I have to wait till
I'm
Christmas.
getting it too.
Yeah, so it's just funny
like,
how
yes,
that
I was
changes.
joking. It's Star Fox 64 to the 4th power or something like that, but still, I'm gonna get it because it's still Star Fox. So.
It's still Star Fox for sure. Okay, very cool. As far as like I want to know why you hate Chapter 6 so much, because you gave it a 1. Because I mean, I think it's obvious, but tell the fans what they want to hear, Alyssa.
What do we do in that chapter?
You
really,
walk on some catwalks. You turn on some lights.
We turn off some lights and we banter back and forth. And the banter is good. That's why it got a 1.
I think that's
other
fair.
than that, what is the purpose of that chapter? You are already traveling to the reactor. You really needed a separate chapter to mark the traveling to the reactor?
So does any of that stuff happen in the OG, or is that all padded filler?
Shutting off the lights and everything like that is padded filler. Getting into the reactor is part of it, but it's literally like one painted scene. Boom, in there. Boom, now you're inside the reactor.
Yeah, Javier in chat says, yeah, well, tell us about Advent. I mean, Chapter 6, Alyssa. He's trying to tease you to say Advent children.
Don't worry, don't worry, Javier. I'm not going to take up your 6 hours of talking time. It's all good.
No, it's so funny. I just like I know, because this is the scene where we're switching over from Chapter 5 to Chapter 6, and so you're saying I didn't play the OG, but after you fight the Crab Warden, you actually fight the Crab Warden in the OG, right? That's an actual boss. I think so.
I don't think so, actually.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know if it's from the OG.
I know it's the Airbuster. The Crab Warden, I believe, was added.
Okay, I'm not sure, but either way, like but then this one does feel like, it does some world building that we talked about, but I agree with you. It could just be a cutscene and we could move on, right? We don't have to do much of this.
It doesn't need to be. How long did you guys spend there on the replay?
We didn't finish it because of this, right? So we had to do it. Yeah, it was
6 hours then. Yeah, because it was like a couple of streams.
Yeah,
it didn't need to take that long. Again, the banter's good. You are getting some world building as far as, this is how there's light in the slums because of these sun lamps. Cool.
Right.
Move on. We don't need anything else.
Yeah. Other than those.
How do you think? What do you think about it, Ernest?
Yeah, Ernest. What do you think? Do you remember?
It was weird. So it was weird for me because I realized it was a game, but when my dad retired from the military, I was still a little kid, and then he got a job at the school districts, one of the warehouses for the school districts, and I distinctly remember them having these giant freaking lights that were exactly like the ones in this game. Obviously not as big in scale, but they were these huge lights, and they hung, and there were catwalks all around that warehouse, and it was this thing where, like, to turn them on, there were like these like handled, you would pull the handle down or up along the wall, and it would go row by row, and you would hear them click on, right? So it's kind of the same thing, just on a smaller scale. And so when I played the game, it just reminded me of that memory of being a kid and in there with my dad, if he had to go in like on the weekend, and watching him like flip all those switches to turn the lights on, and then thinking to myself, this is great, except I got lost. I don't know how many times up in there.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I did too.
Damn it, I got lost again.
Especially when we were looking for those little purple, what do they call it? Discovery missions.
Yeah.
To get the extra materia. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They tease you with that.
The first time I did it, I was like, what the heck? Where did I not come here already? Is this the right level? That's definitely something they need for the final part, is showing the maps on different levels. That way we could see, oh no, it's below me or it's above me, and they need to do a better job with that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it wasn't as bad as the vacuum cleaners, but it was definitely one of those where it's like I keep getting lost in this thing, and I can't like understand why it's so difficult. Because you look at it from one side to the other, it doesn't look that bad, but then when you're in it, it's a whole nother.
Yep. Oh, there was a ladder over here. I didn't see that the first 10 times I walked by.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it happened a
Is this
lot.
the one? Is this the one also where you like you're trying to go along that giant pipe and then like go by the fans that are blowing at you?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is the one. This is where the Chocobo and Moogle materia is. Yeah.
Yeah, that was another one where I was like, this is interesting.
It's funny because that's like one of the best
it was-
moments though, because that's like where Barrett says his little line, right? When he's like, not because he's scared of heights, right? So he's like, no fear, no fear.
Yeah.
Little fear,
Yeah.
little fear.
Little fear.
And then
Yep.
Cloud, like, he accuses Cloud. He's like, oh, I was just worried about your little
I'm just trying to
bony
save your
egg blowing
bony.
up.
Yep. bony butt.
Because he's so
Yep.
little. He's like, I didn't want you to blow up. There are good Barrett moments in
Again.
this chapter. Totally. Like you said.
And that's why it gets a 1.
That's why it gets a 1.
It's just not. You could still do it in cutscenes.
Yeah, and you could have fun Barrett moments scattered throughout. You know, they
Yeah,
didn't need to
you could-
have this whole
you
chapter
could've put
just
it
so Barrett could say
Somewhere
some
else.
fun
You could have
things.
put it at the end of the game.
Right. No, I agree with you. Well, I don't know. These I was funny. These are some of my 2 least favorite chapters in Remake. They do feel like padding, but because basically all that we're doing is going from the train, like from Sector 7 slums to the reactor, right? That's all that's like happening, and that's all that needs to take place for the story to continue. But then they have to throw in all
And
this
they
other
didn't need to
stuff.
be separate chapters.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And it's funny because like they want you to learn the mechanics, and what Mike was saying earlier makes sense because they want you
And I
to
get that.
play around with the combat system and all that stuff. But then it feels
Remember, that's
so
why I like the previous chapter, because it's teaching you the mechanics and stuff like that.
yeah.
But
Yeah, but it does
at
feel
this point,
like,
you've learned most of their mechanics.
yeah.
It's,
Yeah. Totally agree. Yeah, if you could change anything about these chapters, obviously you say combine them. Anything else, or would you get rid of them?
cut them down.
Really?
I would cut them down a little bit. Like there is some good stuff in there, but I wouldn't make it 6-7 hours worth of the game.
Right. Yeah. No,
I would
agree
make
with
it
you.
okay. You get off the train, you meet up with Barrett again.
Mhm.
He shows you the stamp picture. You guys go up, and then the next scene. Okay, now you're in between the plates.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the sun lamps. This is what they do. Boom. Next scene, you're meeting up with Biggs, and you're inside the reactor.
Yeah, I think you're right. I claimed on stream that they could just cut it entirely. Like you could go straight from Crab Warden to seeing Biggs. I mean, that's there. It is good world building, but I think it's just a waste. The game didn't need to be this long. So, but very cool. Well, any other questions for Ernest since you got Ernest here on the stream before I like try to grab Javier or something?
Yeah.
Trophy list?
Oh, there's this joke, right, about the trophy list. She says the trophy list. Because when we were playing, I think I told you about this, right? Did we talk? We talked about this on the deep dive, right?
We talked about it a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We always joke, right? Because we were like, we got to know.
Release the trophy list.
Yeah. So Alyssa was there from the Final Fantasy Tactics stream. Yeah. Ernest,
so I have I don't know, and I don't have, like I said, so here's the weird thing about that. Number one, the only trophies I have are whatever, is it bronze or copper or whatever?
Yeah,
so,
bronze.
And I think I've said this before, but if not, I'll say it again so that people can understand. I'm not a PlayStation person. I am now just because
of these
Xbox
games, yeah.
can't even figure out what they're doing at this point.
That too.
But
They're doing a little better.
So this was like the PlayStation for me typically only existed for JRPGs.
Yeah.
Because that's where they came. And not only that, but just about every console generation, the Xbox has had a better console at the end of the day, meaning the games played better if they were multi-platform. So I would always just opt for that and just play my JRPGs on PlayStation. But then now that Microsoft's done what they've done and everything's going to go multi-platform, it's like, well, what's the point? So I put my Xbox away. It's boxed up now at this point. All I have is my PlayStation.
The Xbox is boxed up.
It's been boxed up because I just I was like, man. And I realize that they've had a lot of problems. I'm not trying to pretend they have it, but
right.
Their most recent solution was, let's get rid of Phil Spencer, the actual gamer that we have running this whole thing, and let's bring in an AI person
I know, right?
who subsequently brought in a whole bunch of more AI people. And like, so their answer is we're going to throw AI at the problem. And it's like, okay, well, that's a choice. It's
Yeah, I'm
your
waiting to
money
see
to.
when they put more pressure on her.
I mean, well, and that's the problem, right? Is like at the end of the day, it's not going to have anything to do with her or Xbox or anything
Yeah,
like that.
it's up
It's
to
the
Microsoft. Yeah.
it's Microsoft, right? And so like if you're Satya Nadella and you're sitting at the top of that company and you're saying, do I invest $1 billion into Xbox to, bring it to where it needs to be, or do I give my buddy Jensen over at Nvidia $1 billion to buy GPUs? The money's going to Nvidia, right? So it's like
Yep.
her and the
For
Xbox
AI,
brand.
for data centers.
Yeah, and well, my point is like her
Because they
the
knew
entire.
about the RAM stuff and they didn't invest in that either.
Yeah, the whole thing is just like it's almost like it's weird because it's because of where Xbox is, because it's a part of Microsoft. Uh, it it's irrelevant. Like it's irrelevant as a business unit at this point in time, I should say, because of what's going on with AI. Whereas Sony, on the other hand, is like, you know, granted, the entire value of Sony as a corporation is a rounding error on Microsoft's balance sheet, right? But
Yeah.
Right.
that being said, it's like, Sony is still at least somewhat more for gaming. At least the PlayStation is, and the Xbox. I honestly feel like they're going backwards, and this is what scares me the most. Is like I feel like they want to go back to that era where the Xbox One launched, and they were like, this is going to be an always online multimedia. You can watch your football,
Yeah.
and then
Right.
they could, like, they were trying to make it a TiVo that just happened to play games.
Yeah, the Don
And
Matrix
Yep.
era.
I'm super concerned that they're going down a similar path again. And Sony, well, I mean, they've had their missteps recently with that 30-day DRM check thing, whatever. I know it's not as bad as people made it out to be, but it's still like completely unnecessary, right? So, and I was like, we actually met, I think we mentioned it on one of the previous episodes. I used to be a PC gamer. Obviously, I started on console because back in the 80s, that's about what you got.
Yeah.
But now with the Steam machine, I'm thinking about going back, especially now that supposedly these are all going to be multi-plat. I might as well just get a Steam machine and go back the other direction.
Depends on how much the Steam machine costs, in my opinion.
I mean, that's true. That's the only thing holding me back now is I'm looking at it and I'm like, well, I barely have time as it is to play the games that I have. The
Right.
PlayStation, in theory, can handle everything I can do at this point. So there's not really a
Yep.
reason to buy a new one. But it's one of those where, like, at some point, right,
The game's no matter what going to come to Steam. Yeah.
they're going to come no matter what, right? So, and I'm thinking like with this one, with this PlayStation, the PS5, I'm thinking, okay, we've got one more big,
Yeah.
Final Fantasy title coming out, which is the third installment here, and I'm going to guess there's probably going to be one more, like maybe a 17 or something along those lines, and that's going to be like the functional end of this console generation, and then they're going to want to hop onto whatever PS6 is at that point. And I think
Yeah.
that is going to be at the point where I have to make the decision: do I opt for a PS6 or do I just go with the Steam machine at that point? And I think the answer is the Steam machine, because really, if you kind of take a step back and think about it, all of these things are PCs at this point, all of
Yeah.
them, right? And
Oh, yeah.
and maybe it has an ARM versus an x86 or whatever. Doesn't matter. They're all PCs now. So, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's like, what's the point of Xbox and PlayStation anymore?
No, I get it. Well, that's kind of the thing, right? Is that PlayStation kind of read the tea leaves in their PC sales because they were bringing their games to Steam, and they saw that they weren't selling as well as they did when they first, did the PC stuff, and so
Well, the opposite was happening. People were like, "Oh, you're just going to bring them to PC anyway? Forget it. I don't need to buy a PlayStation. I'll
right,
just wait until
right.
they come out on PC,
Well, that's kind of like what
and
happened
then
with
I'll wait for the Steam
Xbox.
sale too."
Yeah, well, that's what's happening with Xbox and with
Yep.
PlayStation to a certain extent. But if you look at the sales data, like Days Gone, which wasn't a hugely popular game on PlayStation, did super well on PlayStation, or sorry, on like Steam. But then if you right, but then as time went on, like big games like God of War and all these other ones actually started selling less and less and less on PC, right? So they were like, do we give away our
but they also started
exclusives?
selling less on PlayStation.
Right. So, but they're like, maybe, but you know the news now. They're actually taking back the
they're not doing it anymore.
Which is like probably smart if they want to keep their console stuff relevant.
Oh yeah.
But so like Ernest, like if you're saying like, yeah, the Steam Machine is the way to go because for you, I mean, you're probably like us, Ernest. Jolie and I have a PlayStation because we play Final Fantasy, right? But now it's
Literally.
like we like so when you're talking about your trophies, don't be ashamed about having only like Final Fantasy trophies because that's all that we have too, you know? I mean, I have like
there's nothing wrong with that.
A few other games and I know that PlayStation makes really good titles, but you know, we just play it for Final Fantasy because we don't have time for anything else.
Total 5 trophies and they're all bronze or copper or whatever it is, and they're literally all Final Fantasies. They're literally all 5. That's all I have. Everything else was on Xbox, but then I stopped. I stopped
playing
using
it.
Actually, I boxed that thing up actually probably 6 months ago now. So it's been a while since I've had the Xbox out.
Well, I was going to tell you guys the funny thing about the PlayStation, you know why they did the DRM thing, right? The 30-day DRM. I mean, everybody gets up in arms about like, that, which is like fair enough, right? You were talking about the importance of physical media, Ernest, which is true, right? Because these digital purchases, like you're just buying a license. But what people were doing is that they were buying games on the PlayStation Network, not playing them, and then they would request a refund, and then they would take their console offline, and then that way they could. So then PlayStation would refund them the game, but then they would continue playing that game as if it was offline. So they could like essentially steal the game. So what PlayStation's solution was to that, which is like a bummer, they had to be like, okay, we're gonna check and see if you guys like have that still or whatever, you're still using it. You have to do like an online verification check, which is like annoying and frustrating, right? But Javier in the chat says you're renting a license, not buying, Spencer, which is true. But that
goes with everything digital.
Yeah, I've gone fully digital, like with my Switch games. I don't buy the carts anymore, and I get it. Like I know that like there may become a day that just like they did with the Wii U eShop, they'll be like, nope, like you have to buy the games
they shut
again.
It down. Yep.
And you're like, great. And so that's a risk I'm willing to take for convenience. But as far as like the PlayStation stuff, they did it for a specific reason because people were exploiting it. And it's like a bummer that we have to like make these DRM solutions because idiot people like that are like trying to steal games, and it's like, I don't blame PlayStation for doing that.
That's how rules and laws are always made though. That's how rules and laws are always made.
For the people that like, obviously we have laws.
It's for the few more than the many. Yeah.
Right.
It's like seatbelts. Seatbelts became a thing because all right, let me just go 100 miles an hour in my little buggy. Dead.
Right.
And that's one of those things where like I'm not like hard against digital games. I own plenty of digital games. Like my Steam library right now is like over 1,400 games right now.
And a lot of Steam games have DRM.
Yeah, and most of those are free because I set up an IFTT alert that monitors for whenever like developers put them as free for like a limited time.
That's awesome.
And it notifies me an email and I immediately go get it. So like 90% of that 1,400 I didn't pay for. But it's one of those things where like I'm not against digital games to begin with. I think the issue is like how they're portrayed and what it's become, right? So like in other words, no one goes into a movie theater under the impression that they now have a license to watch that movie anywhere, anytime, right? Like almost like they walk out with a Blu-ray because they went into the movie theater, right? They're paying for an experience. They know that it's a time-gated thing, right? They're in there for whatever time it is and they leave. They know that up front, right? Whereas when you go into the PlayStation store or the Microsoft store or the Nintendo eShop, the button that's underneath that digital title doesn't say rent or lease.
Right.
It says buy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you are not actually buying it. And that's
my problem with it too.
That's the big problem I have with it, right? So, and the whole like physical media is important thing goes back to you actually own it, right? It is yours. It's in your hand. You could do whatever you want with it. And even if that is nothing, it just sits on your shelf. The point is, it's yours, and they can't take it away. They can't delete it off your machine, right? And and you're not, and they're not going to have a situation where some artist, is upset with Sony or Microsoft and doesn't want to relicense their song or whatever the case is, right? That's my issue with it, is that they're not upfront about the fact that you are leasing that.
You're not actually
license.
owning it. Yeah.
You don't actually own it, right? But then they're the first people to complain when somebody pirates a game, like, oh, well, they stole it from us. And it's like, well, actually, nobody can buy that. Therefore, if nobody can own it, it doesn't exist and it can't be stolen or pirated.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I still had to take issue with that. Like, it's not just because it's not available doesn't give you the right to steal it. You know what I mean? But I get what you're saying. It's not available for purchase, so it's like, and I'll be the first to admit that, like, when I first had an Xbox, I modded the crap out of that thing, and I downloaded all sorts of ROMs on that. But as I've gotten older, I realized I'm like, that's kind of like. I get the argument about, like, you're not making this, like, available for me, but that's not my property, even if I want it to be. Like, even if I could give you money for it.
Most people that pirate games are the ones that will actually go and buy it if these people do make it available.
Right.
That's the irony of it all.
It's the funny thing, but I still don't think it makes it right, is all I'm saying, But yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, awesome. I love that little tangent we got on with the digital game purchases that brought it back to Ernest's panel at the Midwest Gaming Classic. Alyssa, you're awesome. I feel like I got to get Javier in here, or else if we don't get Javier in here, we're gonna go till. I'll make him go shorter. We'll let you go longer this time, and he's gonna just
set a timer for him. Because he's gonna bring up everybody's favorite things.
I know.
Just saying.
I know. But thank you so much for calling in again. It's always fun talking to you, Alyssa.
No problem. Yep, always fun talking to you guys too. Nice meeting you, Ernest.
Yep, same here.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Alyssa. Okay, I'm bringing in Javier. Dustin says, thanks for chatting, Alyssa. What's up, Javier? You're live with Spencer and Ernest. I feel like I need to have some radio show where it's like, da-da-da-da-da-da. It says you're muted, but let me know if you're... I pulled you in. Maybe you were away from the stream or something, but I can't believe that for a second. Because you're always chatting, Javier. I don't know what happened last time. Remember when we pulled you in and you weren't talking? It says that you're muted. Let me see if I can...
Yeah, and I see here that Red Barrington said all Xbox games are on PC.
Oh, I was mute.
True.
Yeah, that's true, right? That's true for sure. Okay, what's up, Javier? Say hi to Ernest. What's going on, man?
Hello, guys. Oh, finally, I have talked with the three of you.
Oh yeah, you've talked to Jolie.
Hi, Ernesto. How's it going?
He said, hi, Ernesto. He's talking to you, Ernest.
Hi. I'm still alive. That's how it's going, yeah.
Don't we all?
Yeah, I told Jolie and Spencer the last time we recorded that I unintentionally overloaded myself for like several months in a row.
Oh, you did a lot.
And I finally got it off my back. Stuff is finally calming down, and I remember saying to another friend of mine, like, I think June is about when I'm going to be, in a normal pattern again. So yeah, I'm winding down a couple of things to get into a normal thing. But other than that, I'm alive and kicking, just tired. That's it.
Yeah, it comes in waves, right?
That's really what it was, is that I wasn't expecting two contracts to overlap like that. And it happens every now and then, and it happened, and but anyway, I just overloaded for a while, but luckily it has evened out now, and it's a lot better. But when Spencer came and said, hey, you want to join this thing? I said, you know what? I can actually do it. I'm not overloaded. So
yeah.
I'm glad.
Take a little break, right?
Yeah. To let you kind of do introductions for Javier. So Alyssa and like Javier are like the OG. Some of our OG like stream chat people. They've been here since the beginning. Yeah, Javier's been here since day one. They're awesome people. They always participate, and I kind of consider them as like the people who kind of run the community. I don't even know what's happening in chat, but Javier and Alyssa do.
I'm the
So-
unofficial moderator.
Yeah, that's right. I haven't given you keys to the car yet, Javier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still
Yeah.
young. I'm still young.
Yes, you're still young. Except for he's
Yeah.
actually like closer in age to you, Ernest, than he is to me.
Yeah, I'm going to turn 49 on June.
Oh,
Yeah. He's a little bit ahead of me. I was thinking about that this year because this year I turn 46, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, I started working in this industry when I was 16.
That's
So
crazy.
this year will be 30 years of doing the same thing.
That's good though. You
Well,
made it
as
work
long as
for
you
you,
don't
man.
get tired of it, right? You gotta have some joy
Yeah.
out of it, I suppose. Otherwise, you wouldn't last that much.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Is like I told my wife the other day, or this was actually months ago. I was like, I think I've come to the realization that I will never actually retire.
Right.
I can't just like I can't even understand it, honestly, the concept of retirement. Like I hear about it and I hear people doing it, and I'm like, so you just don't do anything. Oh no, we do lots of things, we just don't work. And it's like I can't even imagine that. It's just so far from my mind.
Yeah, Alyssa says in chat,
Yeah.
she says, I was the one that suggested Tactic Stream. So Alyssa's the one that made this all happen because I wasn't going to do it other than that. But
You are
Better you than
Brian,
me though,
Alyssa.
because I don't do tactics games. So I was like, I'm glad Spence is doing it.
no, it's good. I'd never played it before, and I know that people loved that game. So it was something the fun to try, and I actually really enjoyed it. I think about it a
Oh,
lot.
yeah.
I never gave it like a proper review. That's something that maybe I could go back and like think about it, throughout the different chapters. But I feel like we did it as like a stream game where I included the community, like so Javier. I named a lot of the characters in my party after a lot of people in chat here. So like Javier was a character, Alyssa was a character, Toolman was a
Yeah,
character.
and
et
Alyssa
cetera.
wanted to die, and
Yeah, I
she
never
made
let
it.
Alyssa die. I never let her die. But then everyone was telling me stuff like, "Hey, if you have Sidolphus in your party, or if you do this, like it's way better dialogue because they actually have characters that you can, recruit along the way, and they would make for much better story stuff." But I was like, "Nope, I'm sticking with my OG friends." So it was a fun stream, and I'm so glad I did it. So thank you, Alyssa, and thanks Javier for being here from the beginning. But all right, Javier. You're on a time limit. That's what we decided.
Oh
on,
yeah,
right?
apparently. I just
feel bad.
wanted to correct you, Spencer. I wanted to correct you. You said
I
that
say?
Alisa was the only one that had a Final Fantasy Files T-shirt. I remember that I said that I got one, a
Did we give
bootleg
you
one, but I got one.
Oh yeah,
made
you
it.
made
I
your
made it.
own. That's right.
Funny.
That's true.
Because I work in advertisement, Ernest.
Yeah, he's a graphic
Oh,
designer
nice.
and has
I'm
done
a
a bunch
graphic
of.
designer. Yeah, and I have access to all that sort of stuff. And I did one.
I love that you made our logo on your own shirt.
A
We
bootleg.
didn't give you the rights to that, so we're gonna have to ask you to
Well,
pay damages now.
I think the jurisdiction changes in the border. So
Oh yeah, you're in Mexico, so we can't come after you.
Yeah.
I see. Hey,
Yeah, if I was
not
in
to
the
get
US,
political,
that
but
would
you
be-
saw what our president did to Venezuela. So I'm just kidding.
oh, we're waiting. Yeah, we're waiting if he goes to bananas. in
I'm teasing.
Latin
I'm teasing.
America.
But yeah, as far as like, that's so funny that you have one of the shirts. That's okay. Thanks for the correction. I stand corrected. Javier also has unofficial merchandise from
a bootleg.
Final Fantasy.
A bootleg.
Yeah, listen to what Alyssa's saying. She's like, he pirated it.
Important.
You stole it. Just like I was getting mad about people stealing games. You stole our shirt. How dare you? I'm
I
kidding.
did. But hey, on the bright side,
Uh-huh.
it's physical and not digital.
Yeah, so you can own it. Very
Yeah.
good. As long as
Yeah.
you're not
Pretty-
selling it, on this
No,
side.
no,
then
it's
we'll
for me. Nobody. I don't know anyone that knows the.
It's-
What are you talking about? You don't know anyone that knows us?
And
I mean,
I
in
know
Mexico.
I know down in those areas, it's a pretty big, like in Central and South America, it's a pretty the physical. I know, I do Portland PRGE every year, and there's this like contingent of about 5 guys that come from Brazil to that
Yeah.
convention, and they come in and they buy just massive amounts, right? Like dozens and dozens of physical games and take them back and resell them over there. So
Yeah, retro gaming is really popular here. You find a lot of it on swap meets here,
Yep.
and usually they come from the US. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
Well, very cool.
consoles and stuff like that. We don't have conventions, but you can find them, pretty easy.
Yeah, it's swap meets and stuff. All right, let's get back on track here. Javier, talk to us about chapters 5 and 6, man. I'm not gonna let you get me into the shipping, wars here. I got to get you back on track. So tell me about chapters 5 and 6. What are the highs and lows? What do you like most about it, and what do you dislike the most?
Highs and lows. Well, for starters,
Mm-hmm.
I don't have like you the nostalgia for the OG, so
Yep.
I think the changes are fine by me.
Right, you don't
It
care because you
makes
don't know.
well, this is the thing with the remake against rebirth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remake is a stronger game because of the story is more streamlined, right?
Yeah.
And rebirth is not as tight, and the pace is all over the place. So
But you can't really
this
say that because
works.
you haven't played Rebirth yet, right? You're playing it now because it's
Well,
on
I
Xbox.
know rebirth. I know rebirth.
I know. I'm
finished
teasing
it.
you. I'm teasing
I
you.
finished the demo. I didn't know it was so big. It was
Yeah, you did
two
the whole
chapters?
grasslands, right? I didn't. They included the grasslands.
chapters.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
got to do the open world
and
section after Calm.
yeah, and I got tired, but I farmed them to level 25, and that's
Oh,
where I am
okay.
right now.
Pretty cool.
But
Are you excited
yeah,
for the full release?
Of course, because well, I need to follow the chapters, right? And I have been practicing more with the blood. I think I'm getting better at it.
Oh yeah, what are your thoughts on Queen's Blood? Better or worse?
It's better. Yeah, it's better. I mean, I now I am averaging like from 10 plays, I'm losing 2.
Okay.
So I think I get but you told me that it was going to open up and become a
It
little
opens
bit.
up. There's so many more things that you're going to learn. The more cards that are introduced, you'll get more and more and more. I mean, Ernest and I are right. Ernest, you haven't even finished Rebirth yet because Ernest is playing along with us as we do the deep dives. But we are still getting more and more cards, and there's still more and more Queen's Blood stuff. So you're in for a wild ride.
I'm new at this Queen's Blood stuff, but you mentioned that it was very similar to Magic the Gathering. Is it correct?
I haven't played Magic, so Ernest will have to let me know. He's muted right now. Maybe he took a break.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that.
If he comes back, yeah.
Yeah, story wise, the chapter 5, it's okay. It's good. Yeah, I mean the SE stuff, the whisper explanation, that it passes you by.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that everything is happening because the timeline has been changed. Cloud is not going, so he does his job on explaining that. I think he did great with that. So it's a good chapter.
That's like the most like flagrant like use of the whispers to this point, right? Where they're just like, we are changing things. Chapter 5 opening, the whispers are everywhere. They're making Jesse get hurt and all this stuff. So yeah, I mean,
it's not 100% clear, but it's there, and you can revisit it, and you can see it. But it's not bluntly, obvious.
Right. I do like that. Like I like chapter 5 as a like retroactively. I like to go back and look at the things that were happening in chapter 5 to be like, oh, okay, this really went down. This forced the party to go this way. It's when you think about the theories and stuff that's going on with the remake series, it's fun to look back on. But as far as playing it for the first time, to me, it was like, yeah, not my favorite, but better than this chapter that we're going through right now.
Yeah, on that regard, it's kind of like those type of movies that you have to watch second and third time once you have already finished it. You start to picking up on a lot of stuff, and that's the feeling that the remake gives.
Yeah.
You need to go back, and a lot of people don't go back to the first. They played it once, and okay, they play Revert, and sometimes we, the people on chat, have to encourage them to replay remake now in order to understand it in a different view, and some do, some don't, right?
Yeah, I think the average player probably plays it once, maybe 2 times, but I would say the average common person is going to just play through it one time.
And my question would be: is that a new gamer kind of thing? In the old days, we used to replay games,
right? And we talked a lot about that, but games were shorter, right, and harder. So you would try to play through games to see how far you could advance, and eventually you would give up, or you would beat the game, and then you would play it again. The interesting thing about the newer games, I mean, I think it's interesting because you have like trophy data, right? Because you can see, like, I mean, it's not just trophy data, like that's public for us to see, but there's also the analytics that PlayStation is getting, and they're seeing that people aren't even completing their games a single time, let alone a multiple playthroughs. So I think now game makers are like, we need to make sure that they can just get through the story once. Like if you can get to the end, people love that, right? So because like the trophies will show you that like only like 40% of people will like get that last chapter procced like trophy or whatever, saying that they finished. I don't know. I'm making the 40% up, but you know what I mean?
And JRPGs are also a tough, like, don't get me wrong, there's replay value there. I'm not saying there's not, but they're also not like procedurally generated games are designed for replay value, right? Because it's like the game, the theme is the same, the overall arching thing is the same, but you're never going to play the same game twice, because
unless it's Chrono Trigger,
right? But
something like that, right? That has like multiple,
yeah, and like Octopath Traveler, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like procedurally generated games though, which they're generated on the fly as you're playing it, you'll never play the same one twice, right? So like that one, it has an immense amount of replay value for the game mechanics and not necessarily a story, whereas JRPGs are the opposite, right? There's like fixed story, fungible game mechanics. They're not really designed for the replay, and to Spencer's point, it is true a lot of gamers don't finish the games, and they really need to like. And it's funny because you could take different messages from that, right? One of them is, well, the game just wasn't good enough for people to want to finish it, or it could be that, hey, your target demographic doesn't have 120 hours to get through a game, right? So shorten it up, and maybe they'll get through, and you'll see those numbers go up. Yeah, and I always think back to I can't remember who said it. There was somebody over at Xbox. They were asking them about Sony and PlayStation and being their main competition, and the person at Xbox was like, no, Sony's not our competition. Our competition is TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, right? And like, of course, the gamer world, right? Most of us have this kind of myopic view of things and are like, what are you talking about? Of course, Sony's it's like, no, you don't realize this whole thing is an attention economy, right? So it doesn't matter what your medium is. You're after eyeballs and time. And so Final Fantasy is competing with TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, right? So
bubble, right?
Yeah. So how do you account for that, right? And Spencer and Jolie and I have had this discussion multiple times, kind of on the back end, regarding social media. Like, where do we fit in this? And what is it doing to attention spans, right? And how is that affecting content creations? There's a whole lot of things that play in there that I think companies like Sony and Xbox would have pretty good insight just by looking at the analytics on the back end.
Yeah, they would.
Sure.
Ernest,
now that we got you back,
yeah,
I was questioning Spencer about Queen's Blood. I told him on the previous stream that I was a big. One of my favorite games is The Witcher 3, and I was a big Gwent player. I'm not a card player, but I was really into Gwent. So I knew that Queen's Blood was going to be a thing on Rebirth. I play on Xbox, so I don't have a PlayStation. I have a lot of patience, so I waited for them to put the games on Xbox, and now I'm playing them. So you mentioned, I believe you mentioned that Queen's Blood very similar to Magic the Gathering. I've never tried Magic the Gathering. Is this correct?
Yeah, they're pretty similar, right? They're obviously different. They're not identical, but it's one of those where it's a card-based game, and you you build your deck, and then you play against another deck, and uh, from a game design perspective, it's a game of imperfect information, kind of like poker, right? So like when you're playing chess or you're playing Go or you're playing any of those games from a game design perspective are designed as perfect information games, meaning you look down at the board state and you understand the totality of where the game is at any given point in the game. You know where the game state is, you know where you are, you know where the opponent is. You can kind of devise your strategy around that. With card games like Magic the Gathering, poker, and others, it's imperfect. You have a general idea of what the board can be, but you don't know exactly what's in that person's hand, and any card can greatly affect the game state. So they're very similar, but they're not. The positioning and the lanes are not the same. As a matter of fact, that there is I don't remember what it's called, but it's a League of Legends based card game that goes in lanes, kind of like a MOBA. It's like a MOBA card game almost. I don't remember the name of it. That's actually a lot closer to Queen's Blood than Magic is, but Magic is the one that I actually play or used to play more often.
Yeah,
Cool.
there's going to be things that when you play through Queen's Blood, like it's like board control, right? You're going to be trying to, you have like 3 lanes, but you can kind of, certain cards will allow you to, introduce newer cards into different lanes based on, jockeying for position, but then the other person can anticipate if you're going to put something there that they can counteract it with stuff. So there's lots of different stuff, but then there's the strategies expand beyond that, Javier. So it's pretty cool. Like I think you'll enjoy it.
I'm really interested in see how the game evolves. Further difficulties. So far in the the Grasslands chapter,
yeah,
I beat the guy, the store guy. And like I said, I mean, from games, lose 2, so not bad.
No, it's great, man. I like I said, I lost a bunch, but I'm cheating because I'm playing Queen's Blood for the first time on my second playthrough with all the best cards. So, I like I said, I'm bummed that I didn't learn the mechanics earlier, but I'm having a good time with it. I'm not gonna kick you out yet, but anything else you want to ask Ernest before we go, or say anything about the last chapter, because I'm trying to cut you off around 11:30 my time, but I know that Steven is waiting to talk, and then we've got Dustin in chat too. But you've got Ernest on the show, so what do you want to say? Any other questions for Ernest?
Well, it was the Magic the Gathering more than anything, because I know he's a big into that, and I started to see that the Magic the Gathering cards, specifically the Final Fantasy ones, started to appear here on our local Walmart and stuff.
Oh, cool!
So it looks like they want to push the game here in Mexico. So
I know that was a huge collab.
It's a big franchise, right? Like that's the when it's been around. I've played that game since it came out in the 90s, right? So I've been playing it since like day one. But when they got acquired by Hasbro, I don't even know how many years ago it was at this point. that's when they really started pushing. There's a thing they have called Universes Beyond, and that's when they started doing all the crossovers with Final Fantasy, and they did a Doctor Who, and I mean, there's tons of them now, right? So like, yeah, they're trying to. That's another one where I've stopped playing it. I haven't played. I haven't played a aside from the charity stream that Jolie and I did at Mag West last year. Aside from that, I hadn't played Magic since before COVID, and it's because they're having the same problem where Hasbro is now like trying to squeeze blood out of a rock as far as profit goes, and they've kind of jumped the shark. But it's still a great game at the end of the day.
Awesome.
Yeah, and did you do D&D?
Yeah, I used to do that a lot. I would love to get back into it at some point. I'm in that weird phase right now where my kids are a little bit too small to really get into this stuff.
Yeah.
But when they're in another
Time
like
sponges. We call
yeah,
them
in
time
another 3 or
sponges.
4 years, I expect them to kind of either get into it or not. I mean, I'm not going to force them either way, right? But if they do, then I look forward to like having time to do it again because I can do it with them. Whereas if I were to do it now, I'd have to do it without them, and it's difficult when they're this small.
Yeah. I feel that, Ernest, for sure. We're at that stage right now where my brother was like, he's like, hey, do you want to go to like Disneyland and just I'll fly you out, it'll be great. And I'm like, I cannot leave my kids right now. You know, like I can't just leave Jolie alone and like go on some trip or whatever, you know. But it is that kind of like we're kind of rooted in the, you know, having the children and stuff. But very cool. Well, Javier,
and I know it's just
go ahead.
Just that transitional. I said I know it's just that transitional age thing where they're in that kind of that middle ground. But once they get a little bit older, I'm sure it'll, you know, they'll take their own interests, and hopefully it's, you know, I have a lot of interest, so hopefully something overlaps there.
Right.
I like to say here, in theory, every sentence I do say, I end it with in theory, Ernest. Hopefully.
Yeah, in theory. Good idea.
And then Toolman in chat will say, who likes to talk about theories? Ironically.
Who wants to?
Well,
last
Javier,
chapter, so we can wrap it up.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I don't like it. You're not a fan of chapter 6.
But I don't like it because it's one of the problems that I have with both games, with the remake and rebirth.
Yeah.
That it tries too hard to be a video game.
But isn't that
chapter?
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
It's forcing the gameplay, forcing the gameplay while hurting the story pace, because it's a video game. It's supposed to be, you know, gaming thing.
But this is my argument that I have with Jolie all the time, right? Where it's like it hurts the pacing of the story, but the medium, if you wanted to tell a story like that, then why don't go read a book or watch a movie? Whereas like if you want a video game, like we can't forget that there's mechanics and combat, and maybe the developers are like, yeah, we need to give these people some time to learn how to navigate and to use the combat system. I'm playing devil's advocate right now. I actually don't. I actually agree with you a little bit, Javier.
Yeah, but the problem with this chapter in specific is, you know, this big dungeon, and I said it on Friday. So we did all this mumbo jumbo of turning off 3 deep, big ass sun lamps
right.
to open a door.
Yeah.
To open a door, an elevator.
Right.
It's dumb.
It is.
It's forced, like I said. It's forced. It forces you to this maze, you know. So you could cut short that section.
Right.
Merge it better with the train walk.
Yeah.
This part, and even the road to the Airbuster. The MS-DOS,
it does all feel
Cloud
long.
was typing. It's like, how many
You're totally
times
right.
do I have to do this?
It's like you
like 1 time, 2 times, man.
Yeah.
Why not turn off 1 lamp? Why 3?
Yeah. No, it's true.
But you know that is that way because it's a video game. It's forcing to be a video game.
Yeah, it's cynical to talk about like when they bring in, they got to make money and you have to have player retention and there's all these things that are going behind in the business side of the video games, right? Like if your game isn't long enough, then that means like they're gonna sell your game to GameStop and then they're not gonna like keep it or hold on to it and all this stuff where they want to keep retention high. I get all that, and so they pad out their video games, but then they usually review poorly if they do that, and some people put up with it. But I agree. I think they should have shortened it.
Just
And
can't win.
I know it's tricky, but I think people that are bold enough to just be like, you know what, I think the game stands on its own merits, and the story is good enough, and we're gonna keep the pacing, tight, and it stands on its own. I don't know. I think that's a good call. Some people who complain about video game length, I feel like those arguments are slowly dying out. They used to be more prevalent, but kind of like what Alyssa and I were talking about. So,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, if it wouldn't matter that much if it was fun. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fun at some point.
Yeah,
if it's
I
fun,
agree.
no worries.
Right.
5 lamps.
Yeah.
I can turn the 5 lamps.
Yep.
But it drags. It's just not fun.
It does drag. It does drag, and it's not until like the Airbuster, even like you're saying, we'll talk about this next week, but the Airbuster does struggle to pick up until the Airbuster fight, which is cool, and then you've got a nice story shift where you meet Aerith, and then the game starts to pick up again. So, well,
some people would say the game slows down.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I know how you feel about Chapter 8. I get it, Javier. Well, thanks for coming on.
I didn't say anything.
I know. We'll talk about it in a few weeks.
It's great.
Yeah.
Great.
But
nice talking to you, Ernest.
Same here. Pleasure.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, I'm going to kick you out here, Javier. We're going to get Steven in real quick.
Be gentle, Spencer. I spend most of my day sitting down.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, see you, Javier. All right, I know Steven said he wanted to go, and I grabbed Javier first. All right, Steven is from Indonesia, Ernest, and he actually speaks... Okay, I pulled him in, but he booted out. I'm going to pull you in, Steven, if you're still here, but he actually speaks English fairly well. Like, you might take a little while to just pay attention to what he's saying, but yeah, but he's a pro for getting on, and it's awesome to hear him come in and speak not in his native tongue, and he does a great job. So, Steven, you're on with us. Alyssa says 7 minutes over, Javier. Yeah, you got away with it, Javier. Not next time. But Steven, I got you in here if you're here. Red Barrington says my complaint about length is modern games are too long. Yeah, a lot of people are starting to shift over. We can't hear you yet. It says that you are muted. I don't know how to unmute you here. I don't know if I have I can mute the whole server, but I don't know if I can unmute you. You might have to unmute yourself. But once you oh, we lost you again. I won't switch over to Dustin quite yet, but let me give you another chance. Okay, try again, Steven. It doesn't say you're muted this time.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Steven? You're on with Ernest and Spencer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Hello. Nice to meet you, Spence. Ernest, this first time we talked to each other.
Yes, good to meet you too.
And English is not my first language. Maybe it's maybe third because in Indonesia and every island has their local language. So because I born in Java, my first language is Java, and second is my national language in Indonesia, and third is English.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's incredible, man. So Indonesian isn't your first language; it's your second. I didn't know that, your national language. So you're from say it again. The first language is it like a from an island?
Local language. Yes. To be honest, each island maybe has 2 or 3 local language, and we mix it with our national language, maybe with Indonesia with Japanese. So maybe for someone like me and for live in Java 26 years, same as my age, maybe I difficult to know what is our local language and our national language.
That's awesome, Steven. I don't know. It's very cool that you're. I'm still always amazed that you get on and you talk, and I would be terrified. So, props to you, man. Do you have any questions for Ernest now that he's on?
Maybe because we both love Final Fantasy VI, and I don't know Ernest has played Clay Obscure, so I want to ask if Square Enix made Final Fantasy VI remake, are you want to make them like Clay Obscure with turn-based action, turn-based parry, or etc., or maybe you want to make like FF7 Remake, maybe like action-based like that.
Yeah, Ernest. So, have you played Clair Obscure Expedition 33 yet? I know you have it sealed in box. I don't think you've played it yet, though, right?
You know, I played a tiny bit of it, not anywhere near enough to
right
to claim that I've gotten anywhere far. But I definitely popped it in and started playing it because I wanted to see what everybody was talking about.
Gotcha.
And yeah, it's obviously like just the little bit I've played is amazing. But yeah, I would love to see. It's weird because I feel like Square Enix. They have such an awesome opportunity with 6, right? I mean, the story is just one of those where they could do such a good job. But I would say like they leaned into the way Expedition 33 did their game. I could see that being a valid or a good way to approach it. I I actually really enjoy the way that they've approached the 7 remake and rebirth, and I think that if they took the same approach overall and just did a better job with the story, the 6 remake could be a really good, like it could top 7 remake.
Yeah. Because I see a lot of people's favorite game is like either Final Fantasy 6 or Final Fantasy 7. I mean, there's some 10s in there, some 9s, but like after that, you don't really get much after that. There's some newer ones, but the most beloved are like 6 and 7 and 10, from what I've seen. But yeah, I don't know. I think turn-based for 6 kind of makes sense, right? But someone in Javier in chat said, Spencer, you haven't mentioned the leak points on stream to get Ernest's input on it. Basically, if you haven't heard the leaks, Ernest, they're saying that Part 3 leaks have kind of started to come out where they might be doing a whole new. They'll keep this combat system, but also give an alternative combat system where maybe they might be going turn-based, but that's not verified. That could be very.
I heard that. I heard that through the grapevine, and I found it interesting because I had never considered it before until I saw that, and I was like, there are other RPGs out there. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but they're basically auto fighters, right? So like you engage in the fight, and yes, you are absolutely doing stuff. You're in the battle, but the combat portion of it, or like the action combat, or whatever you want to call it, is kind of like on an auto fighter mode. So I could not. Then when I thought about it, I was like, it wouldn't be that difficult to put the entire team on auto combat, right? And then what the player is actively doing is the turn-based battle in a strategy construct, right? And allowing the action to be an auto battler. That would be awesome in some ways. But yeah, it wouldn't be that hard to do given that they already have what they have so far.
Yeah, I just don't know, like, as far as like coming up with a whole new combat system and they only have 3 years, because like if you think about it, this game came out in 2024, right? And if they're trying to hit the 2027 anniversary, which we all think that they will, we think that they're going to be talking about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Remake Part 3. That's definitely been something that's been heavily rumored. So as far as that turnaround, 3 years to make a whole game, and I know that they already have the systems in place, but I I find it hard to believe, is what I will say. Maybe that if they are just kind of tweaking the existing combat to make a whole brand new system, maybe what you're saying, Ernest, like the auto battler and things like that. There's games like, what is it? That there's a game called like Unicorn Overlord or something, or Overload, and that game
Yes,
is even
Unicorn
like,
Overlord.
yeah, okay. So Seppu knows. Steven knows. That game is like you set all the pieces in place first, and then when you go into battle, you don't do anything. It just does it all for you. But you have to. It's like putting the pieces on the board, and then you let your characters fight once you've set up. You're like the tactician, and then you kind of just let them fight. So I don't know. Maybe it could be something like that. But very interesting.
Because you already have like the combat systems are, like the point is like the combat system wouldn't have to change, right? Like they would keep it the same, but all they're doing is like taking a certain portion of it. So like if you had, if on the back end of the combat system you had 3 things going on simultaneously, right, that the player was controlling, you would just take one of those 3 or 2 of them, whatever, and put a quote unquote AI on that bucket or those 2 buckets, right?
Sure.
And then the player would take the 3rd bucket, and so functionally it becomes a turn-based RPG at that point. But what they're handling is the strategy, right? Like, I can see that the guy is weak to ice, so on my turn, I'm going to make sure that I either buff my character's weapons with ice or debuff the thing with ice. And so that's where the turn-based aspect comes in. It's not really like yeah, you're right. I don't think they could do a whole new combat system that fast.
I think they have already made half of it in 12, maybe, if I remember correct, because I played it in my high school about 10 years ago. And maybe I want to make a gambit system back in Final Fantasy, or maybe Square's game, because like you say, gambit system is like a list of command. What is your priority for your party? Like you said, maybe because Final Fantasy 12 is turn-based, and when we attack before in down, we have if our party command, maybe like nearby enemy we attack, maybe we command Eri to attack, maybe we command Barret to attack. And if our HP below 50%, below 60%, we can command them. There is a list of command like that.
A bunch of if-else statements, right? If this happens, then use potion, or if this, like I know the gambit system. I mean, that's cool because that was like pre-programming, and then you just kind of let the characters auto battle, and that was like a unique system that Square has done that before. I mean,
and they actually did something similar with the 11 MMO, and I'm sure they did it to 14 as well. I don't play 14, so I can't speak to it, but with 11 they did it where once the game got so old that the player base shrank to a point where the whole concept of a party in the MMO, certain areas in the game required a party of at least 6 to complete them. Well, the player base was now so small, and the number of people in those early areas was so little, they basically took the existing jobs and then created little AI characters, and you would kind of you wouldn't actually summon them, but you would sort of summon them, and so they would fill out your party, right? So you'd still go in with 6 people, but it was just you, and the other 5, you would pick what jobs you wanted, right? So that you had like a synergy across your party, but all 5 were it was all AI and auto battling.
Yeah, they do that in 14 too. Like they've made it more and more of a single player experience. You used to have like, 4 people to do a dungeon or do other things, but now they're doing things where they do have the AI characters. And a lot of the cool thing about 14 is that there's a lot of cool characters, that you fight alongside and get to know, like Alice and Alphino and Urianger. You can bring them in on the fights with you now too, which is cool. So it does feel kind of like single player thing. I was going to ask you, Steven, your question to Ernest about if they remake 6, would you prefer like a player expedition experience, or would it be more like the action combat? What would you like them to be? Would you rather them be like Claire Expedition 33, the more turn based with like action elements with the active parry, or would you rather it kind of for them to iterate on the Final Fantasy 7 Remake combat?
it's difficult for me because I love both of them, and because I can find both of game that's make me very difficult because they have pro and cons.
Yeah.
Maybe if for me individually, for me maybe I love FF7 Remake
Yeah.
because I like combative action game more, and I love how to they make maybe spoil alert Terra and how he changed become half Esper, and I want to know how they make that.
Oh, you're saying like in 6, like how
Yes.
how they handle the espers instead of the summons. Oh, sorry, I knocked the microphone. I don't know. I haven't played 6, but I don't know. That's interesting. I don't know how they would handle it. Because espers are different than summons. They're similar, right? I don't know how the mechanics work in 6, but you and Ernest would know more about that than I do.
Yeah, it's actually
Yeah.
a lot like 16 where they have to, although in 16 you can take the power, espers have to willingly give it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but it's a similar thing in that, you when that happens, it's like a permanent one-way transaction type thing, right? So, um, it would be that's the other thing that again, the stories were told masterfully in the context and the technology of the time. It I can't even imagine what they could do with it now. It's one of the reasons why I'm like I know that now we as like the royal, we have the technology and the ability to do amazing things that they couldn't have even dreamed of when they
Right.
wrote and released 6. Like it would just be amazing for them to do it.
Yeah, I'm not. I didn't play Expedition 33. I mean, I played the very intro, right, and I fought the first mime. So I did some
Mhm.
parries and some other things, but like I never advanced beyond it because I just haven't had time. But
Yeah.
but I liked it, and I would be open to a Final Fantasy game going back to turn based with those elements. I actually think it would be cool. But I know a lot of people are just so so kind of up and they're frustrated with the constant changing of the Final Fantasy, and they have a vested interest in, this series doing well because they love it. But then when they see the reviews, like 16, a lot of people love it, but then a lot of people hate it because it's like a full action game, and then a lot of people love Remake because it's this hybrid system, but it has turn-based elements. And then a lot of people love Expedition 33, and there's always this argument where it's like, just pick a style so that we can, move on and just have that be the Final Fantasy moving forward, and then we can just pay attention to like building cool characters and having cool stories, and then we don't have to stress about learning a whole new combat system each time, which is I think a fair argument, but I don't know how they're gonna resolve that. I don't know if they are gonna stick to a certain one or not, but we'll have to see because I just feel like Final Fantasy has always kind of done its own thing. I think you could say from Final Fantasy 1 to about Final Fantasy 10, even though with the ATB, introductions and the job systems and all the different things that happen, like in Final Fantasy 8 with the junction system, they've all been different, but you could argue that they were all technically turn-based games until Final Fantasy 12 or maybe 11 or whatever, which is MMO, but that's when they drastically started to change things, and then ever since then you've had 12, which is the gambit system, and then 13, which is like the paradigm shift system, and then you had 14, which is MMO, and then 15 is like action combat with a couple commands you can give, and then 16 is straight combat. So it's like it does feel like it's kind of lost a identity, whereas the original games, yeah, you could technically say were turn based. So I don't know. I think it's interesting, but I think they came up with a good system here, and I will stand by the fact that I think Remake is the best combat system that they've come up with. But we'll have to see what they do next. So who
Yes,
knows?
because I think Final Fantasy is very big franchise and have many years before us, and maybe more than 50 games, and many have played from the beginning from Final Fantasy 1, and for me
Uh-huh.
play from Final Fantasy 10 and 12,
Yeah.
and maybe for newer gamer, maybe play from 15 and maybe from 16 with the as per battle. It's very difficult for us to can mix together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when they make game turn-based again, so someone to play 16 and 15, they feel betrayed because they love Final Fantasy like um action, and
Right.
when they make it in action, that's failed us as turn-based rover. Maybe that's not our core. That's not Final Fantasy is,
Right.
and because they have 12 game turn-based. But for me, it's no matter about the game, no matter about the combat system. That's maybe the story. Maybe if you heard or maybe you have played Yakuza series or like a Dragon,
I've never
they
played it,
can
but I know of those games. Yeah, they went to turn based later on in their life. They were
yeah
action, right? But they switched. I know that what they did.
yeah. And I think their fan is more loyal than that, and they
Mm-hmm.
has 7 game action based and 2 game turn based. That I think they seem uh good in itself, but that's a very niche game, and for maybe someone who love Japanese culture, Japanese character on the or that, but Final Fantasy is much bigger than Yakuza series.
Okay, yeah. I mean, so are you saying that are the Yakuza games more popular than ever now because of the turn based, or are they received more poorly? I don't know. Are they received poorly now, or are they good? I think people like the games, right? The turn based mode.
I don't think it's same as before as
Okay,
action
so
because they have 7 games
right,
for the combat the action games. But I think what they for more is the story wise that we as a player more enthusiastic for the story, not for the combat.
yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I know that the
Yeah,
Yakuza games have a great story, but
I
go
think
ahead, man.
that Square Enix is facing this like I think actually a lot of media in general is facing a similar problem right now
Yeah,
um in that you know, everybody up to a certain age uh it was used to playing certain types of games, and then, you know, after, you know, when generations crossed and technology improved, they were used to playing other kinds of games. And, you know, no franchise can just hang on the old guard, right? Because they're not going to live forever. They have to expand the appeal, they have to expand the player base. And so in order to build the bigger tent, they're running into these issues where, like, well, you can't make everybody happy,
yeah,
right? So how do you deal with that?
yeah. I know. I think you're right. They have to get new blood into the series, and we talked about how that's been really a challenge for Square Enix. So they've been trying. I just don't know if they've been succeeding.
And
So
it's not just them. It's every
yeah,
publisher.
yeah, it's
It's, I
everyone.
mean, Hollywood is having
Yes,
this. I mean, look at the reason Netflix like pretty much, you know, leveled Hollywood is
yeah,
because they were using an algorithm to cater to what people wanted
right.
as opposed to putting out what they wanted. And so yeah, that's the issue, is that you can't make everybody happy, but to be a financially viable game franchise, you
Right.
have to build a bigger tent.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. And there was like that stat where it was like the average Final Fantasy player in Japan was 42 years old, which makes sense because that's, about the time when we all started
That's
playing
about
and we're
us, right? Yeah,
yeah, and we're
that
all
makes
kind of
sense.
that age, which is like funny, right? But yeah, it's a tricky situation. But that's a great question, Steven. It's almost 12, so anything you want to say about chapters 5 and 6? What things did you like about them, and what things did you hate about them? Highs and lows.
Maybe let's I say maybe I want to adding campus system in chapter 5 because I remember correctly I died a lot when play Final Fantasy Remake because I actually purposely attack forget to heal for cure. Maybe
Yeah.
I had a gambit system for my ally to heal me or another. And I think maybe chapter 5 and 6 is very bored chapter. Maybe like as we know, maybe you played Fire Emblem Three Houses more than once.
Right. I've
Like
played it.
the
Yeah.
academy based on Fire Emblem, so it has same same story, same enemy, and same all of them, but
Mm-hmm.
different houses. But if we want to know Edelgard story or maybe Dimitri, we must play that phase.
Right. You have to. If you see, I see what you're saying. So, um, Three Houses is interesting because he's talking about Fire Emblem Three Houses. I don't know if you played that, Ernest, but as far as the that you have to go through and play certain things multiple times in order to get the different stories. So, like if you're the Blue Lions, you want Dimitri's story, you play as him, or if you want Edelgard's story, you play as the Black Eagles or something. As far as like remake, I don't know, like you can go back and play these games, but they're essentially the same thing. There's a couple choices that you can make differently in these games, but they're not drastic other than just seeing the reactions from the teammates when you pick a different dialogue choice or something. But
yeah, they remember that they tried. So like Octopath Traveler, right, is well known for this exact thing, right? That's how you get all the different perspectives. But remember that Square Enix tried to do something like this via the DLC with 15.
Yeah, you're right.
And it didn't work out.
Right.
So
well, it's like that game sold a ton, but it was so fractured for so long that it wasn't like complete. They did episode Arden, and that was like the last DLC, but they had Ignis, they had Prompto, they had Gladiolus, right? All this stuff where they were like kind of filling in the story and doing all these different choices. And in episode Ignis, okay, spoilers for 15 if you guys haven't played Final Fantasy 15. Spoilers. If you, it's not like a huge spoiler because this is an optional DLC, an alternate ending that's not canon, but you can play as episode Ignis, and there's this like whole alternate ending where, you know, Noctis doesn't die and Ignis makes a sacrifice, but then, you know, Noctis like heals his eyesight for this whole thing. It feels like kind of fan fiction-y in a way, but you know, it was kind of crazy that they did it. But yeah, they tried to kind of give people different playthroughs in a way that, you're right, Ernest, it didn't really like these were good moments, but the parts were great, you know, weren't greater than the whole or whatever, or however that phrase goes, right? Like it's like it didn't come together. So
Yeah.
Very interesting.
The problem with 15 is not a full story about the game itself. Maybe if we know about the Insomnia or whatever the story, the city of Noctis, we must watch movie Kingsglaive. And if we want,
yes, or the anime and the Kingsglaive, or you have to watch. Yes,
if we want to know about Ignis, we must play episode Ignis or maybe episode Gladio, episode what who use gun? I forgot. Prompto.
Yeah, Prompto is again. Yep.
And Prompto, and that's not in the full game, so that's not how to write the story, right? That's for a casual gamer like me or maybe another that not a very good, not maybe like you or maybe lore YouTuber want to explain all to us. That's not like me.
Right. No, that's a good point. So I always want to say separate gaming, but that's a good point, Steven. Thanks so much for calling in, man. It's also, that was a great conversation actually about the, you know, the turn-based versus the action combat. I don't know what's going to happen for the future of Final Fantasy series because they've gone in so many different directions, and you know, I do hope that they kind of try to stick into one, you know, box and not try to iterate so much, because I just think that they're not getting that loyal fan base back. Like, you have some people show up for the action and then they leave, right? And then you have some people show up for the hybrid system and then they leave, right? If they can get people that stick around because they know what they're getting and they're like, I'm going to get this when I buy a Final Fantasy game and I'm excited to do it, then you get people kind of word of mouth. It's like, right now it's just hard to grow the audience, and that's something that Ernest was saying. It's a struggle for every company right now. But anyway, Steven, thanks so much for popping in and saying hi, and meeting Ernest. That's great.
Yeah.
I got Dustin patiently waiting. We've been on the call for 3 hours and 40 minutes. I can't believe it, but we'll get Dustin. He's the last one. Steven, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, see you, buddy. All right, Dustin, I see that you were the latest comment in the chat, so you're still here. I'm pulling you in. If you says that you are live. What's up, Dustin? Welcome.
Hey.
Let me give a little introduction to Dustin because it's like I feel like I know you guys all, right? And Ernest is meeting you guys kind of probably for the first time. But Dustin is awesome. We met like on Twitter a few, I don't know, was it like a month or two back? And yeah, Dustin is he's awesome. He's co-climber in the chat. I thought that was like a duo climber, but it means he's from Colorado. He's a outdoorsy guy, but he also happens to be a voice actor, and he's a really good one.
Oh, man. And Javier, the best Roche impression. You know, I don't know if Roche is in my wheelhouse. What I'll do homework. I'll see if I can do it, and then the next time I get on, I'll do my Roche impression. But I can't just pull it out, I don't think, without really thinking about it.
He did drop that on you pretty quickly, which was kind of lame, but Javier does like the chaos.
No, I embrace the chaos. I just I've got a reputation to upkeep now. So
that's true.
Great, yeah. Austin did a
nice to meet you,
job.
Ernest.
Same here, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm Kate Sith. I'll stick with Roche. Twilman's got me on Kate Sith. But no, I'll keep this. I know it's the end of the night. I know we're all tired.
Oh, it's okay.
But yeah, so I have a theory about the reason why Chapter 6 sucks so much.
Okay.
And it goes beyond the fact that it's sun lamps. And this is what annoys me. This is what annoys me in real life. And I wonder if this constitutes how it is in games. Because you're right. Like when you go to a normal JRPG, you get the convoluted dungeons, right?
Yeah.
That's like a staple, right? Especially as you go to some of your old, kind of your more classic ones. I mean, that's kind of what people would traditionally expect from a JRPG.
Right. You go to the dungeon.
You get so you get a JRPG like this in Remake, and it's jarring. And there is a pacing issue there. I think it's several things at once. There is a pacing issue there. There is, it does drag down the pacing, where you're moving breakneck speed, and then you get to these sun lamps and you're just crawling around.
Yeah.
But I think the reason for me why it is so obnoxious and confusing, I think it's psychological. I think it's you see your goal the whole time.
Yeah. You
see what you're supposed to do the whole time, and you can't freaking get there. And I think like for me, like it's the way I liken that is when I drive, like I have a great sense of direction, but where I get really frustrated is when I know where I want to go, but I can't get there.
Yeah.
And like I just need to find the road that's not one way, that goes exactly where I want it to go. And that will irk me to no end. And then there's traffic and you slow down. And so like it is sort of having the carrot on the string kind of mentality, and that bothers me. So like part of me is like I wonder if it were closed off and you couldn't see it, if it would be better. Now it would still suck, right? But it would be better.
You make a good point. You make a good point, because it's like not only is it like you know where to go, but it's like someone also slashed your two back tires, and you see your goal, you know where you need to go, but now you can't. Like they're obviously like it's dragging you. They're pulling you back with the mechanics. You're like, I know I need to get here, but I don't know how to do it. But like they keep teasing you with it, and not only that, but then you have to go slowly through it, right? Because they're making you walk slowly on the catwalks, and if you want to backtrack because you forgot your way, you have to go back and kind of do like the slow animations. You just can't run there or go to the things because you have to press the 100%. Little buttons that like take you, in those like trams or whatever that, move you across to another platform or whatever. That's a good analogy because it is so frustrating.
And it's, it is the typical, you've got the goal and then you have the conflict, right? Like, and that's like your standard story progression of how stories create tension.
Sure.
But the problem with it, I think in this scenario is it's it's less about the story and more just about the frustration, because you know exactly what you want to do, you know exactly where you're wanting to go, and it's just like something in real life just getting in the way. It's literally the traffic of Final Fantasy VII, you know, where you're like, you're literally like, I just want to get to where I'm going, and I know where I'm going, I see where I'm going, and all of this stuff is just getting right in the way of that. And so that may not be everybody. That is for me. I think that is why I am so bothered with it. And I think that if it were, I didn't see the goal the entire time staring me in the face, it would be easier for me. And I think it's a psychological thing.
That's a really good point.
It's also just the whole thing of like, it's a light, right? And like, we're, you know, we humans are accustomed to, we flip a switch, right? And it's like, and then I even see like, you know, mind you, I'm a tech guy, right? But I have no, like, my house is dumb. I've got none of those speakers that are spying on what I'm talking about. None of this, like, none of these lights.
Refrigerator's not listening into your conversations. I get you.
Exactly. Yeah. I prefer to flip my light switches on and off with my hand, you know, kind of deal.
Yeah. Right.
And so, like, the whole concept of like, guys, this is the light. There should be a single switch on the wall that I can flip. The light turns on and I move on. But that's not how it works here, right? So like, yeah, it's a whole like it's in addition to all of that, it's just like it's such a simple concept for us that they've made so complicated,
convoluted. Yeah. You know, and it is the standard. Oh, I've got to unlock this door. So let me go get my grandmother's wedding ring that's got a special stone in it that fits right into this. You know, and it's like it's this whole obtuseness just taken to a whole different level. Which, you know, I don't think at this point in the game you'd really seen anything quite like that, which may also be jarring.
You haven't, like, even if it was like, because like what you're saying, the grandma's ring with the special whatever, that's like kind of Resident Evil to me, and Resident Evil has like a lot of puzzles. I don't know if you played Resident Evil, Dustin, but
I'm in 9 right now. I'm playing 9 right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. But I mean, there is something that's like, it's so video gamey, but also, you know, kind of those old point and click adventure things where you needed to get this specific thing to open this specific door. But there is something kind of fun about that. This chapter doesn't even give you that, right? It doesn't even give you like the special item it just says, look, you need to go down this tram, but it won't operate until you turn on all these lights, and you can see them all, but there's nothing like fun or some adventure or some special item that makes you feel special. It's just literally like you just have to go and like monotonously turn these lights off one at a time.
But it does give you Barrett. And that is the saving grace of this entire chapter.
So talk to us about Barrett. Yeah, talk to us about
So Barrett is the reason why I gave this generously a 3.
Yes, that's right.
Out of 7. I was one of the higher end ones.
Yeah.
And it was because I really sort of fell in love with this character in this scene. Like in this chapter was where he really I was like, okay, I really like what they're doing with this guy. In the original, the OG, I did not like Barrett. He was too much of a caricature. Like
Jolie's
he
the
just,
same.
You know, I don't know. I mean, it was just not one of those things where I just felt like he was too cardboard cut out, and there wasn't a lot of, even though, you know, he's got the whole scenes with Dine and all of that. And I know there's argument about how they handled that scene, but like overall, he just did not resonate with me. And in this, like, I love seeing his personality shine through. And, you know, I think that I was so pleasantly surprised by that it really, you know, being a fan of the OG, it really sort of like got me excited, you know, with that prospect. And I think that excitement of like, oh, they're really characterizing well in this game. Because through the log of going through and turning on off Sunlands rather.
Well, I've had this conversation with you, right? Where it's like, you love these characters. To you, it's like these characters are some of your favorite ever in any media, let alone just games, right? So like when you get the opportunity to spend more time with them, and not only just spend more time with them, but they are, like you said, they're fleshing out their characters in maybe monotonous, you know, circumstances, but But Barrett is not monotonous. He's great. He's interesting. You know, Tifa's interesting. So I get that argument of him just being like, he is like I could just sit here in the catwalks all day if I get to just like hang out with Barrett. You know, I think we talked about this with same thing with Aerith that we're doing right now with Jolie, and then meeting Tifa and Seventh Heaven, all that kind of stuff. So is that kind of what
and you've
makes
mentioned
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. You're spot on. And so there's, and we've talked about it before. Like, there's people that are in it for the mechanics.
Yeah.
There's people that are in it for the story, right? And everybody's coming at it from one perspective or another. A lot of people give Final Fantasies a pass because they're here for the story.
Right.
And me too. I am. Like, that's when I buy these games. Like, the combat is, in my opinion, great. I love it.
Yeah.
And so that's a huge cherry on top. But for me, I came in, and I come into every Final Fantasy with a story. It can look like Expedition 33 with the combat. It can look like Final Fantasy Tactics with the combat. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to show up because that's what I'm here for, is the story. However, for me personally, there is a third category, and it is characters.
Yes.
And so even if the story blows, I will still get behind characters that are endearing to me. Right. And so for me, that will even carry me through a mediocre story, because I love, and this is just me, just personally, I think, and just how I relate to people, I love interactions, and I love seeing how people interact with each other, and like I like the dynamics of that. And to me, that is just very compelling, to see how different types of people interact in different scenarios and circumstances. And if a character is well written, or admittedly with this, if I'm biased toward a certain character, which I'm not going to sit there and say I'm not, because I grew up with these characters, I love them, I'm biased, and that's, you might as well be honest about it. But I think that if you can get behind a character like that, you will forgive a multitude of mediocre choices. Not all the time. There's definitely times like, I can't play this game. Like Dirge of Cerberus comes up a lot, right? Like, where it's a terrible game. Characters are great, but it's terrible. I've not played Dirge of Cerberus.
Can't get through it.
And this was their first opportunity to flesh it out, right? So like, think about OG7, right? Like the reason that Barrett was a caricature was because you had multiple things going on. It was a game written for a Japanese audience, looking at an American caricature through a Japanese lens.
Sure.
And
Mr.
then the
T.
localization. Right.
Mr. T, which is a character in America too.
Which Mr. T's freaking awesome, right? But the point is like, is like, that's all of that, and then on top of that, the localization efforts, right, on the US side weren't exactly the best, right? So like this time around, and I think that's what I appreciate most about the remakes here, is that they took the time and the money to do the characters and the story correctly.
Yes.
And the combat happened to be good too.
Spot on. Totally agree.
Right. I think that's what they got right this time around.
But I'm not so like gung ho about my love for the game that someone's going to sit there and be like, I hated this. I hate this. This sucks.
Sure.
They totally ruined OG Final Fantasy VII. And for me, I hear that, like, when people say that, I'm like, okay, I mean, that makes me sad, because I would love for them to enjoy the game, but that is, I'm not going to sit there and say their point's not valid. It just means that what they're looking at is different than what I'm looking at. And, I might be objectively wrong in their eyes, and that's fine. The bottom line is I still enjoyed the game, and I still got value and benefit from that, even if I'm quote unquote wrong, which I'm not, because the game is great.
Yeah, there you go, right? Because it's like, I mean, I have this conversation a lot, and this conversation comes up a lot on social media with like Nojima kind of, weighing in. He's been saying stuff where he's been avoiding, hearing people's interpretations and stuff, because obviously people are passionate about the game one way or another. And I've come down on this kind of being like, when someone creates a piece of art, they give it out to the world. And so some people, like you said, might say that the remakes are terrible and they've ruined the original game, but like, that's how they interpret the art, and that's fine. I don't ever want to tell people that like they're wrong for thinking that they don't connect with a piece of, media or art form, right? That's so weird to me, to like gatekeep and say like, no, you do like this. Trust me, you do like it. It's like, well, I don't know how you feel or whatever, right? But then at the same time, when they tell you that, no, this is bad and you shouldn't like it, you can say like, well, no, I really like these moments, even though like you can maybe objectively say like, oh yeah, well maybe chapter 6 wasn't the greatest of turning out the lamps or whatever, but I don't care because I'm in these moments, right? But then they will say, oh well, it's awful because of these reasons. It's like, well, you're obviously being too harsh. Like you can get into the weeds with it, but it really comes down to
Sure, 100%. And
Right.
and you won't win. You'll never win because
You
there's
never
not a
will.
win, right? Because at the end of the day, they are expecting differently. It's all about expectations. They are expecting something differently than what you were
Yes.
expecting. Your expectations were met, theirs were not. And it's not there's not there's not one way or the other to look at that. Someone that sits there and is like, I hate this because they did not do this in OG and they're doing this now
Right.
and it sucks and it's not as good as the OG. Like I get that. That's valid. But they went into that with the presupposition that
Yes.
it was going to be the OG. And when they didn't
Right.
get that, it frustrated them. And so
Yeah,
for me,
and
I'm like, okay, I'm coming into this letting them tell the story they want
Yes.
to tell.
Yes.
I'm coming into this saying, look, I don't know what they've got lined up. Like
Mhm.
if it goes 1-to-1 to Final Fantasy VII, great. If it goes
Right.
completely off the rails, then I'm curious to see where that goes.
Yes.
And I am not going to hold my expectations to the devs better do this because I mean, for me, it's almost like spoiling a surprise. Like, and it's the reason why I don't love prequels as much. It's because I
Mhm.
know how it's going to end.
Right.
Because
'Cause
it ends by dovetailing into the next thing that it's apparently
it has to.
canonicized.
Yeah.
right,
Canonicized? Is that the
yeah,
word? I don't
and
know.
I
I got what
think
you're saying.
I think we've also learned a lot in the last 30 years about hyperfixation among certain people and groups of people and things like that. So I think that there's a lot of that. I think there's a lot more of that going on than people really pay attention to, which is,
Yeah.
it's more than just they were expecting the OG.
Mhm.
A lot of these people hyperfixate on certain things, and
Yes.
if
Yes.
those don't exist in the new, and I say this as someone whose son is one of those people who hyperfixates on things, right? Like
Yeah.
Mhm.
if things are not a certain way, it just creates like this glitch in the matrix type of thing, right? In their mind. And it's hard for them to overcome that on their own.
Right. Right.
So,
Right.
so
Well, and
yeah,
then it extrapolates the entire problem to be bigger than the game itself. And
Yes.
that's where people run into the issues, and that's why I'm not going here, but like I'm using it as a point, like the whole shipping thing. Like
Yeah.
that's such a blight in a lot of ways, is
Yeah.
because it overshadows everything. And now people will fight me on that, and I get it, and
No,
I
you're
know
right.
people will fight me
You're
on
right
Twitter,
though.
but like it's one of those things for me. It's like that is not the end all be all of the game.
Yeah.
Is what happens with Cloud,
Mhm.
and whoever he ends up with, which
Right.
is going to be Kyrie. You heard it here. It's going to be
It's
Kyrie he
scary.
ends up with.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, the story is bigger than just that.
Right.
And when I think people try to reduce that down to just one small but very important topic in their mind, like they're
Yes.
missing the full bigger picture. And
Ye-
so for me, like, do I care if the story decides to go one direction where it has gone before? Do I care if they decide to go another direction and Meteor just kills everybody at the end of the game?
Right. Right.
I mean, okay, I'm down for it. Let's see what happens. But like, I'm not going to sit there and say it is bad because it did not fulfill
Yes.
my expectations of
Yes.
what I wanted the developers to do.
Preach, Dustin. I was talking to someone on Twitter and I was like, don't judge the game for what it isn't. Judge the game for what it is, right? Because so many
Yeah,
people hold it
100%.
hostage based on their like exactly their nostalgia or their interpretation of what Final Fantasy should be in their eyes, right? And in a way, it's like people have had this game for 30 years. They've grown an attachment and
100%.
and they love it, and it's like they feel like they have some sense of ownership on it, right? And it's like they feel this sense of betrayal when it's not what they expect it to be, just like you were saying, right? But it's like so
Yeah.
funny because like they shouldn't be able to police how other people interpret, what we're seeing. If they don't like it, that's fine, right? But I say let the story play out in whatever new, sort of way that they want to tell the story, and then like judge it on its merits, right? Judge it by
Right.
what the
100%.
story is. And I'm with you, right? I'm not someone who played the OG, so I don't have a nostalgia or a connection to the original game. But I'm not going to tell the developers or say like, well, the fans know better than you guys, so therefore, you shouldn't be able to like fulfill your creative vision. That's the kind of thing that kind of gets me when I get into the discourse of stuff like that.
And at the end of the day, it's like if you're disappointed with the new games, like that's fine.
Yeah.
Be disappointed, and that sucks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry because I know you were waiting for this, just like the rest of us were. But you still have the OG, and like you can throw all the mods on it. You can make it look great. I'm playing through the OG now with several mods on, and it's awesome.
Yeah,
and if that's all you want, it's there.
Right. Yeah, and in a couple of years from now, you'll be able to literally create whatever you want in the game anyway.
That is true.
Just plugging it into AI, you can put whatever ending you want.
100%. Tell your truth.
You'll be making your own stories over there at the next 5 years or so. So
that's when you will own the art. You can police what it is.
You do it on your own, right? At that point, but that's an excellent point. Is that you cannot judge it for what it isn't, like you said, right? It is what it is, and then you can. And I often get accused of being the person that's like, well, the devs can do no wrong, and the writers can do no wrong.
We always give Ernest a hard time for this, but that's
okay.
Yeah.
And I, as someone who look, I've never made a film. I can't pretend like I've directed anything, but I've watched many, many, many films in my life, probably more than most directors have watched.
Right.
And so I'm one of those people that I will sit there until the end and let you give your entire presentation.
Yes.
And then figure out, did I like it or did I not?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because there's many movies out there where you watch it, and I use this one all the time. Spencer's gonna laugh. It's Fight Club, right? You watch it the first time through, and you're kind of like, what the hell is this? What am I? Why is this guy obsessed with IKEA? And I love IKEA, so it's like, I'm like, what is going on here? And then you get to the end, and you're like, oh wow! And then to the point of somebody's earlier on this very stream was like, you go back and you replay and you start to notice all, and that's exactly the whole thing with Fight Club. And actually, The Matrix is another one. It's I've watched that thing at least 100 times.
Oh yeah,
and every time I watch it, I find something else that I didn't see before.
Right.
And it's like, these things exist. And so that's the other thing, we're talking about, like, well, there's this kind of response to this re-trilogy thing, right? And it's like, yes, and that's great. But the reality is this thing is still new, right?
Yeah,
like
100%.
This has to sit and stew, and it's going to take a while before people can go back and say, you know what? That was actually better than the original,
right?
Or
100%, 100%.
It didn't quite do it, but it's like anything else with history, right? Like you're living through a moment like us, right? We're living through a moment in history, right? And it looks like a train wreck, but everybody living through their moment in history looks like a train wreck,
right?
100 years down the line, when you have the perspective backwards, that's when you determine, was it actually a train wreck, or was it just normal human history? And no, it was actually not that bad. You can't figure that out in the middle of it.
Or is it just people arguing on Twitter? I'm just kidding.
Well, that too. I mean,
I know. I'm teasing.
You have to let things
you have
progress until they end, and then look back. It's almost impossible to figure out if you're in the middle of whatever it is.
Yeah.
Well, and it's that's sort of like, and I'm gonna reference subtext on this because I've watched one of his videos, and I think he brought up a really good point where, like, he mentions how in one of his videos how, like, when The Empire Strikes Back came out, everybody hated that.
Yeah.
Everybody, when that came out, like there were a lot of people who are like, this was not great. And but they didn't have the full story. And so, like, I'm in the boat where I'm gonna sit there and be like, well, let's just wait and see. Like, I can sit there and hate it now because things don't make sense, but it's kind of like when you go and watch the movie Inception and things don't make sense 2/3 of the way through. Well, they're okay. Now, I'm not saying this is going to be nearly as mind-blowing as Inception. Don't make that point. But my point is it's not finished.
Yeah.
And we are in the middle of it, like you're saying, Ernest. And, like, there's going to be some time that you take back and see what ages well, what doesn't age well. There's probably a good chance that, given this is a more modern game, it doesn't age as well as the OG. I don't know.
Sure.
But maybe it will. And maybe this will be how Square decides to move forward with their battle systems the way the ATB system worked back in the Super NES days.
Yeah.
Maybe that's, and they continue to reiterate that, which they did that all the way to what, 10. So, I mean, it is early, in my opinion. And again, people are going to argue. They can argue any point they want, but like, that's how I'm choosing to look at it. And so, I don't know. I give them a pass.
I think that's
because
totally
it's not
good.
done.
No, I think that's
done.
I think that's totally healthy and actually a great way to look at it, right? Because I mean I express a lot of my frustrations with this series. This is like I don't have nostalgia, so I'm not like I don't have any anticipation for what's supposed to happen or what's not supposed to happen. And we talk a lot about how this game hasn't been designed. Like the original game wasn't designed to be split up into 3 parts, right? It was supposed to tell one cohesive story, and the twists. There's lots of famous twists in Final Fantasy VII, right? Obviously, one of the worst kept secrets about Aerith death and things like that. Like we know about that. If you don't play video games, like if you've been living under a rock for 30 years, then maybe you don't know. But most people know about the Aerith moment, and and I know that there's some big twists still that haven't happened yet that part 3 is going to address. I'm someone who's never played these games, but I still know that these things are about to happen, right?
Right.
And like I do think it's fair. I do want to go back to like the people that are frustrated with this game and the people that struggle, and they're like they are not jiving with it, right? Obviously, like when I say judge it for what it is, not for what it isn't, right? Or whatever. Don't judge it for what it isn't, judge it for what it is. I mean, like this game was not made in a vacuum, obviously. It's a remake of a beloved game. So yes, you can make comparisons. Yes, you can obviously be like, well, this wasn't like the original. So I'm not telling those people that they cannot have this opinion, right? Obviously, right? They can be like frustrated with the direction of the games, but I agree with you that we haven't gotten the whole package yet, right? My biggest complaints for, the story and the ambiguity, me and Jolie talk about this a lot, and Ernest is on there with us in the deep dives that we do when we co-host the show. It's the biggest thing for me is like, I want to at least have some drive or direction, and it's been 7 years and I'm still like scratching my head, right? And so I'm giving them grace and saying, you know what? Okay, like when part 3 comes out, hopefully you answer all the stories. But if you don't, you've been really leading me on for 7 years. So yes, I have that fatigue, but I'm still like, I don't know, willing to grant them that, like, you know what, this story isn't done. So I agree with you there, but I understand the frustration of people that are like, come on.
100%.
It's going to fall somewhere in the realm of the greatest game Square has put out to date. Obviously, they can top it later, or it's going to be the biggest gaslighting ceremony in the history of human history. So one of the two, right? But that's the thing is, like, I feel like they know how much is riding on not just this franchise, but this specific game, right? Like they know, and I'm not saying that they're going to go out of business if it flops or whatever, but like there's a reason the franchise was called Final Fantasy to begin with, right? They don't want to go out on that note. So I find it hard to believe they're going to completely blow it in the end. But
no, I don't think they will either. And I'm confident of that. I am confident it's going to be a great game.
Yeah.
What's going to be divisive is how it ends. And you're never there. That's something they're never going to win.
Yeah.
Because there are too many people out there that have their own ideas of what this should be and how it should end.
Yes.
And like, so if you're not gonna be able to make everyone happy to begin with inherently, like, why not just do what you want to do?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a great point.
You got to lean in, right? So like I often say that Rogue One was actually the best Star Wars movie ever made.
Oh, it was good. It was good. I liked it too.
And it's because of the way it ended, right? Everyone died on that thing.
Right.
But the thing was passed along so that the rest of the story could take place, right? So this is one of those where, like, it could be a Rogue One situation, and yes, you're right. An incredible amount of people will be pissed off about that, but it would be amazing. Like that would be. I would actually say, like, okay, they really did like take it to its logical conclusion, right? And for a JRPG, that's what you're supposed to do, right? Like no one should walk out of a JRPG without experiencing like extreme pain and suffering.
That's always your take, Ernest. That we always have to be depressed through the JRPGs, right?
Well, we certainly all got that through the Sunlands chapter, didn't we?
Right.
Yeah.
And well,
like that whole, it's kind of the whole Star Wars thing, right? Like, there you can stretch the application to many things, but like with Star Wars, like the fundamental principle at the core of the entire franchise is you can't have the light side of the Force without the dark. They're a counterbalance to each other, right? If there was no dark, the concept of light couldn't exist. And if there was no light, the concept of dark couldn't exist, right? So the two have to exist at the same time, and they have to be in a balance. So I feel like that's one of those where, I want to see what they're going to do with that here and how far they will take it. But it's the same thing with JRPGs, right? And they've been doing it, right? Throughout the two that we've played already, we've talked about it, where you have a couple of chapters where they just knock you down. Right, and then the next chapter is a fun one, and it lifts you up, and then they prop you up to knock you down again, right? And so it's like a perpetual, it's like a gaslighting treadmill, is basically what they're doing to you. And the payoff at the end is supposed to be something that is, an extreme success, but usually at a great cost, right? That's kind of the JRPG model. So I'm curious how they're gonna bring that here. And honestly, I would not be fully satisfied without that, where you have like, yes, there is the triumphant end and the success, and you're happy, and there's the the closure, but you have to lose something, that's pretty significant.
Yeah, but that's the whole like era thing, right? Like that's the problem that people are struggling with. That's the thing I struggle with. But like I won't get into it too much, but just so you guys know, Ernest has not finished Rebirth, so we're not going to spoil that part. But there's moments that are like they're so ambiguous because they want to like string us along for the third part, which that's fair. But just like in Subtext video, that one that you're referencing, Dustin, I love that video because it gives me hope for like towards like what the conclusion of part 3, and I'm eagerly anticipating it. I can't wait. Far as
he whether he's right or wrong, and like whether it's in my opinion, it's very clever what he comes up with.
Yeah. Oh, it's very clever.
And it's going to be emotionally traumatic if that is how it goes down for certain people. But it is, regardless though, it is exciting because I do feel like there's a lot the developers can do. And I guess, Ernest, I am like you. Like honestly, I'm an optimist. And like I am somebody that's like, look, if we don't know, let's just see. Like I love the first 2 games. And so for me, if I hated the first 2 games, I probably wouldn't be as optimistic. But I enjoyed them. And so I'm reasonably confident that I'm really going to enjoy part 3 too. Yeah. And so if for a lot of it, like I try not to get buried into the weeds too much with, well, what does this mean? What does this signify? What is going on? Yeah. And theory crafting is fun, but I just can't put too much stock into it because at the end of the day, I don't know. There's all these breadcrumbs and trails and clues and, but I mean, were they there on purpose? Are they coincidences? Are they red herrings? Like, we don't really know because we don't have the full equation. Yeah. And so for me, I just sort of sit back and be like, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's fun. That's cool speculation. But am I, throwing all of my eggs in one basket on that? No, I'm not. But I keep it in the back of my mind because I'm just like, this will be cool. And it'll be cool to see how it all ties together. So yeah, I am optimistic that they will tie it together. Yeah. Do I think that they'll do it perfectly? No, I certainly will not. Will I enjoy the game? Will they do it enough to where I enjoy it? Yes, I will.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. I am at that point where, all the stuff that's going to happen, who knows? I am totally on the boat of like, let them tell their story, and I want them to take their big swings, right? The changes from the OG, I think that's actually super ballsy and cool. You know what I mean? Because like, yes, it is like a new story, and maybe it's not the same, like, to bring it back to the beginning of the streams, they're remaking Star Fox 64 or whatever, and it's like, whatever, it looks like just kind of like a new coat of paint and like whatever. I'm gonna buy it because of nostalgia, but to me, I kind of was bummed because I'm like, it's just going to be the same story with maybe some added cutscenes or whatever. But when I go into this remake, series, I'm like, OG fans, love it or hate it, at least you're getting something that, like, you don't really know what the ending
You
is going
don't
to
know
be.
what happens.
And I want,
exactly.
Yeah, and
I want that too.
Yeah, and I want, like, them to lean into that. They've already done enough to be like, okay, we're doing something new. I mean, they put plot ghosts in. They have these whispers. They're doing this will they won't they in Rebirth, right? So it's like like, even if you hated that direction, at least they've already committed to that direction. So let them finish telling their, unique take on the original game and see if we like it when it ends. But I want them to lean into it, basically what I'm saying.
And I guess I never went into this expecting a full 1-to-1, I guess. Because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are games out there that do that for sure. But I can't think of any.
I wouldn't want the 1-to-1 in a remake anyway, because, again, like, I think about, I always think about, and again, this is just because I, spent so many years working in tech and even my degrees are in software engineering. So it's like, I look at things as like they were limited by the technology of their time, right? They were limited by the budgets of their time. They were limited by so many things. So if they're going to do a remake, then I expect them to deliver more and better than what they did before. I don't expect them to do the exact same thing. Because if that's the case, then what's the point? You have the original one. I expect them to go back to the original manuscripts, storyline, drawings, and everything, and say, what got left on the floor that we couldn't do, right? What parts of the story got skipped over because we didn't have time, we didn't have budget, whatever, we didn't have the technology. It doesn't matter. There's a lot. I am certain that there is a lot that was left behind in the OG that they just could not do for various reasons that now they can. And I expect it to be different, while still having the general overall, storyline mostly intact. So I've never been one of those, like, I want a faithful reproduction of the original, because to me that's a waste of time, money, talent, all kinds of things, right? I want to see better. If you're going to redo it, it should be better. It shouldn't be the same.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I'm excited to see what that'll be, as far as what it's going to...
Well, I mean, and I think to your point, and I know we'll wrap this up soon, but like with the chapter 4 thing with Jesse, like, I would have loved to have seen more of that, in Remake and in Rebirth, where, like, you have these different avenues that were never explored in the old, that in my opinion, added a ton to the story, into the world, and they weren't filler, right? It was, you're understanding more about these people, and I mean, there was some great combat scenes. The NX station was I thought it was a great segment.
Yes.
And I loved that. I wish they would have done that more.
Yeah.
I versus the Sun Lamps, right? I mean, you compare those two things when you're talking about adding content, and there's no contest, and so I would have loved to have seen that more. I'm hoping that with part 3, without going into any spoilers, like, I think that of all the parts of Final Fantasy VII, they have the most opportunity to explore a lot of things that have not been explored yet, just given the way that the story opens up in the original game.
Yeah.
And I think that if they're thoughtful about how they do it, they could have some really cool stuff that adds a lot, especially given, where the story is at this point in time. Again, I know spoilers, so I won't go into that. But, like, there's a lot there that I think can be emotionally rich.
Yes.
Do I think they'll land it all? No, I don't.
Yeah.
But do I think they're going to land enough that I'll enjoy it? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and they're going to try. I mean, let them take a big swing, and if they whiff a little bit, at least they went for it, Because, like, the one thing about the remake is that they were limited to kind of stick around in Midgar, right? So they kind of had to pad the game out. And I think part 3 will have the opposite problem. I think they'll be like trying to like, we need to get through all these emotional moments, and hopefully that makes the pacing good. It could be bad though, because there's gaming sections and mini games and all that stuff. I fully expect that to be in there, but I'm hoping that with we get Sunland chapters in Remake because they're like, we gotta stretch out the first game so it feels like a full experience. Whereas like part 3, I feel like I'm nervous about them because they're like, we have to hit so many plot beats and so many emotional moments, and we have to throw the game in here, and we have to resolve all the mysteries. So like, I agree. I don't know that they're gonna do it great, but I think, like I always say on Twitter, I'm like, Godspeed Square Enix. Like, I wish you the best. I hope that you can land this plane.
And guess what, Spencer? You might hate the game. It might come out to part 3 and you're like, this is the worst because you were expecting this, and you got this, and like, okay. and that totally, that's okay. Your life will not end, and you will find there will always be another Final Fantasy game to look forward to and complain about, and also enjoy. But I do think that is important to me, is to sit there and say, okay. Yeah. Well, people that wanted this to be, something, and it is not. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you have a valid opinion on that.
Sure.
And I'm not going to say anything about that. However, I enjoyed this.
Yep.
And to that extent, like, that is just as valid.
Yes, it is.
And so, I think people get in the weeds about that a lot. And I think it's why you start to see a lot of like ruffled feathers on that front, is because people just start to stick to their opinions without letting people have opinions.
And people can't just be like, they can't just say like, it's okay that you enjoy something. It's like, it's so extreme. You either have to love something or hate it, or you can't say something is just like, oh, this just wasn't for me, But I don't know. It's just funny how the internet is. I mean, that's just how it works, right? With online discourse, you have to be so extreme on the one and the other. But all right,
I sit in the middle. I'm always like, hey, I will still be your friend.
Yeah,
even if you think I'm completely wrong, I don't care. We're still pals. So like, that's just, it's just how I view it. I just try not to let it get too under my skin. But
well, and that's why we love this community. You fit really well in here, Dustin, because like Jolie will, like, she's funny. She's the one that will go off if she hates the ending or something, it doesn't like it. She'll tell you what she thinks, but that doesn't mean that she didn't.
She would not strike me as somebody that has an opinion about things.
Yeah,
really
you would never know. You would
really
never know that, right? But like, the fun thing about Jolie is that, like, but that's fine. Even if she like hates something or is like, this was really bad, she doesn't think that you're a dumb person if you end up liking it or if you disagree with her. It's just been really fun getting to know all you guys, because you all have, different perspectives, and you've all come at this series from a different angle, but it's a place where I feel like we can talk about these things and disagree rather than having to have like this hive mind. We all agree with the same takes, and we all think that this character is the best and this character is the worst. It's like, that's not where, that's not who we are. We're a channel where we can discuss things openly and totally feel, comfortable and saying, this didn't work for me, but maybe did for other people, and that's great, So
and I don't like to talk to people that just think how I think. So I'm totally cool to like hear other people's opinions, and that's how I grow too.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear just a bunch of people saying, "Yeah, you're right."
Right. And we want that. Sometimes we do crave that, but it's good to.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to hear when you're right. Who doesn't like hearing that?
Yeah, it's like, yes.
Right. Yeah.
But that's dangerous though. Whenever you're surrounded by a bunch of yes people, that's called a cult. And that's dangerous, right? Like, that's literally dangerous. That situation has caused so many problems in human history. You never want that. So
well, and that's what we're talking about, the writers, right, of Final Fantasy. You have these people that are these huge names, and everybody's scared to go against what they're saying when it's a bad story idea.
Right.
100% they exist, and 100% that happens. And like, being a corporate drone myself, like, I know exactly how that operates, where people are like, you don't want to tick this guy off because he'll fire you, or he'll think he'll truncate your ability to move forward in the company.
Yeah.
And there is that dynamic that people just don't want to acknowledge. And of course, I'm sure with story writing and stuff, that happens just as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's everywhere, but the plan is to just just try and move forward and find what you enjoy anyway. And if you hate something, and if it just makes you angry, then it's not for you, and find something else that makes you happy.
or you can express that distaste, but that doesn't mean that other people can't enjoy it.
Fine.
You know, it's just
Right,
it's so funny. But anyway, thanks for it seems like the last person who goes just gets to talk the longest. So if you guys ever want to, no, I'm teasing because Javier the last time, I don't know if it's just like I feel bad like cutting off, but you know, we did another awesome stream. We've been going for like 4.5 hours. So no, don't feel bad, Dustin. I was having a great time in this conversation. So thank you so much for joining the stream and making it better. We will be continuing on. I love this game club stuff. You know, if people, I hopefully you guys are enjoying it. I think it's great calling in, and I just like giving the community a voice. You guys are all respectful and always cool people, and I think it's good to get that perspective, you know, from the audience, because a lot of times when you hear streamers or content creators on, you know, whatever topic that you love, it's just like you usually have things to say and you can comment in YouTube, but it's never the same as being able to voice it yourself.
Right.
So I appreciate you guys calling in, and it makes the stream like so much better. So it's been fun.
Ernest was right. You fostered and cultured a good community here. So, you know, I enjoy the community as well.
We love having you, Dustin.
You guys are the core of that, so that's why it exists.
Well,
I appreciate you guys.
But like you guys are a huge part of it. The community wouldn't exist without all the cool members in it too. So you are one of them, Dustin, for sure.
Appreciate it.
Right.
I'll give you those super chats later.
No, that we agreed upon. I'm teasing.
Yeah, so our pre-agreed arrangement, exactly.
No, not at all. No one has to do that. But you guys are great. Thank you so much for joining us on this stream. Next week we'll be talking about this. This is the beginning of the next chapter. So this is chapter 7, the Airbuster chapter, and we'll talk about chapter 8. And then we should be caught up with the streams where Jolie and I are currently playing through Final Fantasy 7 Remake, and we'll have to have Ernest on again. Ernest, you stayed the whole time. I'm sorry to make you stay up so late. I told Ernest that he could like stick around for a little bit, but yeah, I mean, you were definitely welcome to stay the whole time. I just feel bad to keep you for so long, but it's been great having you, Ernest.
I'm up at 5 a.m. every day anyway, so I'm all good.
You got to get some sleep, dude.
Yeah, enjoy your nap, Ernest. That's great.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost midnight. Yeah.
I know, right? It's almost 1 a.m. here, and I got to get the boys to school. So you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for calling in. And then, yeah, come catch us on Friday. We're going to be finishing chapter 8 of Remake, and we'll be going into chapter 9. So I think Jolie or I get to fight Rude. But, Alyssa with the ending super chat. She's covering Dustin's super chats. Keep it going, Dustin. Very kind. There you go.
Thank you. I don't know if I should be thanking you as well for that. That's very...
Yeah, how does it feel, Dustin, to be on the opposite end where you have to like talk?
Secondhand super chat. I've never really thought about that happening. So
that was for you.
Alyssa's the best. She's
but now I feel bad because we're taking the money. We'll have to, give you a shirt or something. Anyway, you guys rule. Thanks so much, guys. And I will, I'm gonna say adios to everyone else. See you, Dustin. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, and then you can...
Sounds great, man. You guys have a good one.
I'll kick you guys all from Discord like I normally do. But, yeah, that was fun. Thanks so much, you guys. I'm going to switch over here. Oh, I'm tired. Ernest, you're amazing. Thank you for joining the call. Everyone else, thanks for joining. And we will see you guys on Friday. Until next time.
Take care.
See you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Tell you my opinion. Let me give you some advice. It ain't true in every situation, but it's wisdom from the wise. You know patience is a virtue. Yeah, you've heard it all your life. Is it time to just give it a try? It's 3 words in just 1 line. Take your time, get that ring off your finger, girl, 'cause I don't think you're ready quite yet. I'd be willing to bet, for heaven's sake, you just graduated. time. Get that ring off your finger, girl, 'cause I don't think you're ready quite yet. I'd be willing to bet, for heaven's sake, you just graduated high school, and here's the time to live a little now. Find yourself, I'm not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. I'm not right every time I open up my mouth, but I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. Right. Every time I open up my mouth, I guess this time I have some advice I think you should put to the test, 'cause I'm willing to bet you're not ready yet. You're not ready yet, you're not ready yet. You're not ready yet, you're not ready. You're not ready yet, you're not ready yet. You're not ready.